Good afternoon, 44 Trading Room. Welcome, team. Hi, Clifton. Hi, Scott. Hi, Lionel. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? How are you today, guys? Ready for another surprising day from the market? Hi, Guidance Room traders. Well, I think everyone agrees with that yesterday we have seen a very surprising move among the indices. Actually, all of them, like all three major indices of the US stock exchange, just made a red day, and actually triple Q, the tech stocks, just led the big drop, and even NVDA. Everyone was a little bit shocked actually what happened there. I was with some loser on the NVDA, but after that, thanks to other calls and especially to TQQQ, we just get into a very nice short on time before the big drop on the market. We shorted with the TQQQ, so it's just get me to the green side, and Microsoft worked out nicely as well. But the big surprise actually, it was a huge red day, especially on the NVDA and on the market. What happened today or yesterday, traders? Well, as you know, we got two important economic news, the job openings and the ISM services PMI. And despite of being a better numbers, this reflected that inflation is still sticky there, and all of these economic news impacted a huge move in the 10 years treasuries, and the yields just went up like crazy. So this just took the stocks, and NVDA, it was just on top of that news as well. And NVDA, what did happen actually with NVDA? It was a speech from CEO Jensen Huang, and as he just on the CES keynote, he just failed to mention Ruben, the company's next generation chip line. First of all, this was a quite of a reason why we have seen such a weak move on the NVDA yesterday. Plus, quantum stocks even tumbled on Wednesday after like today, because CEO Jensen Huang said that the computers are between 15 to 30 years away from this computing world or quantum computing world. So that's why RGTI is tumbling like crazy. The Defiance quantum, quantum computing, IONQ, everything is just on the short side for today. So it seems like that this was a quite of a short-lived hype and a very nasty pump and dump on the quantum computing stocks. So this has happened yesterday, traders, and today we just continue with some unemployment claims numbers, which is out already, and it's quite of a low number, what I've just seen in the news, which means that this is definitely not the best news for the market either, because as you know, the labor market is just witnessed very closely. And if I'm just checking the numbers today, it's Wednesday. Unemployment claims is 201,000 and instead of 214, so it's much lower than expected. Even the ADP non-farm employment change is just decreased to 122K, and an expectation it was 139K. So not the best start for the day either. Also, as you can see, the SPY triple Q just climbed back from the red to green. Let's see if they can stay like that. It's quite of an important day again, traders. First of all, not just because of the labor market news, crude oil inventory is going to be released at 10:30, and as because tomorrow it's off, like it's a day off on the market, as you know. That's why we've just seen the labor market news today. Plus, it's going to be an FOMC meeting minutes at 2 p.m. So quite of a busy day for today. Hi, Lee. Good morning to you. So I'm wondering whether the markets can just make a reversal from here or so. If we just take a look at the daily chart, doesn't look good. It looks like for me on the SPY that this is quite of a rollover from the $600 level, which I mentioned you yesterday that it's a quite strong resistance, and it's going to get in trouble, especially if it's going to move lower today and breaking the 579 level, or so it's $10 away. So of course it's still not close to that, but anything can happen. So please be careful, and don't forget that tomorrow it's no stock exchange. Okay. So this is on the economic side for today. I just read some news here and there, what happened on the market. European markets are down as well on some weak economic data indeed. AMD news here is going to head with NVIDIA in AI-backed drug discovery with new deals. So AMD, until the NVIDIA started to drop quite heavily already in the morning. AMD it was still holding itself. Let's see whether AMD is going to be a better move today as well than NVIDIA. At the moment, if I'm just checking the big stocks all around, more are still into the red side, or so NVIDIA is definitely trying to climb back 1.40% higher on the NVIDIA. Amazon slightly green, Meta slightly green, Netflix slightly green, and the rest of it, like I have Oracle here, Apple again to the red side, BA, Tesla to the red side, even SMCI quite of a nasty drop, 0.80% down, PayPal, Visa, DKNG down again, and Google. Google, of course, you know exactly. This was the one of the most hyped stock on the quantum computing news, and now as the NVIDIA CEO just let's call it slash the dreams of the quantum computing, or at least postponed like average 20 years, which is a little bit too much to hold the stock, right? So that's why Google, we see a weakness as well, and Google is going to be on my short list actually. So Google, it's very weak as well, and all of the quantum computing stocks too. Hi, Victor. Good morning to you. All right, traders. In the meantime, if you have any questions, any candidates for today, please just let me know. Of course, I have some too, but let's just see the news here and there still. Okay, Albertson, profit beast overshadows a sales miss as it readies to go it alone. That's a good one. ExxonMobil warns that lower oil prices and tighter refining margins will weigh on earnings. Well, that's for sure, because oil prices are on the low side for some time, for quite a long time indeed. So definitely it's going to start hurting the oil stocks too. Apple's decidedly unattractive outlook sparks rare bearish call on the stock. Ouch! Yeah, we have seen lately that the Apple got some weakness almost every day, by the way, and it just witnessed quite a broader pullback from this 260 area back to this 240. This is my 50 EMA line on the daily, as you can see. And I assume if it's going to break this 240 level down, this can be quite of a make or break level for the Apple to pull back more towards to this $230 level. So please be careful. Hi, Nitan. ACI, yes, I'm just going to watch it. ACI Albertson, which I just called as a news stock, because there is some news in the market watch. ACI, very high pre-market volume. It doesn't look like very nice in the pre-market indeed, but seems like if I have the right pre-market volume, yeah, it looks like as a great pre-market volume, and seems like as a possible mover again on this Albertson. The profit just beat overshadows a sales miss as it readies to go it alone. I don't know, it's not my quite favorite, but you know what, we can just get it to the secondary list. I mean, like, not a favorite because it's just consolidating for a while, but on this news, might it's going to move finally somewhere in a direction. Like yesterday, as you can see, after the market closed, it just started to move higher. I think it really needs to break this pre-market highs. Okay, and then we can watch it to the long side. But first of all, I'm just going to move it to my secondary list. So let's just see what do we have for today. So long, short, and on the short, I mentioned you Google or GTI already because of the quantum computing news from the CEO, NVIDIA CEO, and on the secondary, I'm definitely going to call ACI. All right, traders, on the international news, as I mentioned, Europe, it's not quite happy with the stock exchanges at all. The market just turned lower as the Eurozone economic sentiment declined. That's why we see the market to tumble. Meta news is here as well. Okay, I see Meta, it's quite rather weaker than stronger, so I'm going to watch it as well. And let me just check Tesla, because Tesla has just made the opposite move in the morning. It got a downgrade in the morning yesterday, and it started to climb higher, but after that, especially after the market started to move lower quite quickly indeed, of course, because of the economic news, and the yields just jumped higher. Even the Tesla changed its mind and just turned lower. And today, Tesla, for me, actually looks like as a continuation. So I'm going to call it to the short side. Hi, Jonathan. Good morning to you. Nice to see you here. Of course, I hope everyone had a nice green day yesterday. It was challenging, especially if you get into the trap of NVIDIA as I did yesterday. But thank God we just made a huge move on the TQQQ. So we were out of the woods with a nice green move on the TQQQ. I mean, it was moving down, but we got a short. So definitely it was a nice green trade. All right, guys, now let's see what else on my list regarding the big movers. SolarEdge looks like it's a roller coaster, poor stock. Good news, and now it's a bad news on SCDG after a nice upgrade. This is just got a very nasty downgrade from Citi, and it's a quite of a nasty downgrade. I mean it, because it's a sell downgrade from neutral, because Citi just seeing that the company faces stubbornly high operating expenses despite its restructuring announcement. So as you can see, it was a big red day, like on the 6th, yesterday on the 7th, big green day, and now again it's down a little bit even more. Oh, sorry, I see why I see 4 million on the ACI. I'm sure it was not 4 million, but like the symbol link, it was not attached right. So sorry for that, guys. Let me just check ACI again with the pre-market volume. ACI pre-market volume is still okay. No, I think it's still okay. 150K, it's okay. And yeah, I see now it's strong. So let's just get back. Let's just get back to my SCDG. Pre-market volume on the SCDG 150 and 6.70% lower. Ouch, that's a quite of a nasty drop already. I assume we just should move the stock to the short side. Also, I'm going to be careful with that stock, because as I've told you, and you can see on the daily chart too, that this is first of all really extended to the downside. Second, it just got good news, bad news. So quite of a roller coaster mode on SCDG. I'm just going to move it to the short side, but be careful with that. Novo Nordisk is here, the pharma giant, 3% higher after an upgrade to buy from neutral on UBS. Looks like the investment house has just made a quite of a number of upgrades and downgrades today. NVO at the moment, 2.88% higher, very extended to the downside on the daily. Look at that, that's just ugly. So I assumed we can just move it to the long side. Not my favorite stock, because this is, of course, it's an international stock. It's not like a US stock on the Novo Nordisk, but this is a European stock, by the way, but that's why I don't like the daily chart too much. Usually this is like typical a daily chart picture for a European stock or even another stock, but not a US stock. But despite of that, this is quite of a good news, first of all, from the UBS towards to this great decision for the Novo Nordisk. Let's see whether it can make a nice bounce here, and actually this can be even a quite of a double bottom here on the NVO. So NVO to the long list. Next one, AMD, as we were just talking about, that it was holding itself very nicely until the NVIDIA went down yesterday, but now seems like not anymore, because it's just got a HSBC downgrade the technology manufacturer to reduce rating from a buy. So AMD seems like maybe going after NVIDIA. Let's see how does it look like. Pre-market looks like it's trying to recover and a bit similar to SCDG. I mean, okay, this is a $120 stock, not a $12 stock, but if you just can see, it's just the same big green candle, big red candle yesterday. Now I assume it's just going to start with a gap down. Actually, it just filled this little gap from between the third and the 6. So let's be careful here, but also seems like that it's going to roll over if the whole bearish sentiment on the semiconductors, especially the chip stocks, going to be continued because of the yesterday big move on NVIDIA, and maybe it's going to continue lower. I don't know, quite of a hectic picture on the AMD too. As I see Scott called it to the short side, this is what I'm going to do as well. Also on NVIDIA, as I mentioned you, nice pullback or recovery in the pre-market already. Caravana, the same as before, very volatile stock nowadays. Big green, big red. Yesterday pulled back, of course, and today it just got an upgrade to buy from neutral by city. Yesterday it got an upgrade too. So let's see if it can just move higher. I like the CVNA long call from Scott. I agree, because this is one of the stock which sometimes it's not always, like not every day, but it's just likes to go on its way, like it does not care about the market too much. So that's why I'm going to keep it on my list for sure. Cal-Main Foods is here. Yesterday after market close, it got the results, and as I see, rose nearly 5% on the numbers. So CALM can be on our long list. Let's just check the pre-market volume. Rather secondary. I don't like the pre-market volume. It's just 4,000, really, really thin. I don't like that low pre-market volume, so that's why I'm going to call it just to the secondary list. Also, the percentage is beautiful and perfect, 1.43%. AAR Corporation, AIR, this is the symbol. This is an aviation services provider, 4% higher after fiscal second quarter earnings beat the estimates. So AIR, which I guess I've never traded this stock, and I guess maybe I won't. Let's see if the volume can just pick up, because so far AIR volume is very thin as well, only 5K. Getty Images still in the pipeline. Now it's lower after the good news, after surging 24. Now it's down to 10 with 10% as they announced the 3.7 billion merger with Shutterstock yesterday, and the shares of the Shutterstock slipped more than 5% Wednesday early trading hours after trading 14.8 on Tuesday. So maybe this can be on our secondary list if you like. NVIDIA, as I mentioned you, it can be on our long list. Also, let's just be careful with it, especially after this very nasty drop yesterday. Hi, Steve. Hi, David, Vincent. Good morning, everyone. All right. And what else? Yes. On the quantum computing stock side, I just called Rigetti or Rigetti. I don't know how to pronounce it, but we still have QUBT, IONQ, it's down as well. IONQ, which is a $40 stock, I'm still going to call it. Wow, I have a lot to the short side, actually, not too many to the long side. And D-Wave Quantum as well is just lower, but this is like a $6 stock. I think we just got the best ones now. All right. Hi, Anita. Good morning to you. Okay, traders, DVG list is out too. I have only NVO, CVNA, and NVDA to the long side. As I see, DVG likes eBay, NVO, and LLY. That's nice. Short triple Q, definitely DVJ. I'm with you. I just like to short the TQQQ like yesterday. QUBTS, yeah, lots of quantum computing stocks as I see on your side as well. And I'm just checking at the last my watch list, and I see that Roblox and Uber are stronger traders. Roblox and Uber and even Roku. So I'm just going to call Roblox to the long side. I like the strengths in the stock, and Uber and Roku just to the secondary list. Okay. Hi, Jim. Nice to see you. Good morning to you. So I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green morning as everyday traders. Please don't forget today more economic news going to be released, especially with the FOMC meeting minutes in the pipeline at 2 p.m. and 10 o'clock final wholesale inventories, 10:30 crude oil inventories. So good luck. Don't forget tomorrow it's no room, no stock exchange. It's going to be a day off, as you know, but Friday we are going to be back. And now, as usual, I'm just moving to the dev support guidance room as always. So good luck, everyone. Take care and
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Wednesday, middle of the week hump day, and hope everybody's doing great today. As I am looking forward to trading with everybody today, looking forward to tackling this Wednesday, coming off of a red day yesterday, fantastic day Monday, and kind of let my laurels lie on that Monday trading session. And yesterday was just not able to pivot like DVG was to the downside yesterday and take advantage of the downward move in the marketplace. So hopefully today will prove a little bit different. Got a lot of stuff happening here, a lot of stocks in play today, and we are ready to tackle these markets. Everybody here, welcome to the 44 Trading Room, and welcome to everybody on social media, on our YouTube channel. Thank you so much. Press that thumbs up button for us each and every day. We would appreciate that. Thank you for guiding us and doing what you do. Thank you to Aggie for teeing us up this morning, for Clifton for getting everybody straight, and DVG joining us here this morning. And I'm looking forward to trading with everybody here as we get rocking and rolling here today on this beautiful Wednesday. Remember, tomorrow we are going to have a day off. There is no trading tomorrow as there is a market holiday due to the passing of our late President Jimmy Carter. So that is what's happening tomorrow. Day off for everybody. We'll be back on Friday to take care of business and to get you into the weekend here as we settle in for another beautiful day of trading here. All right, let's get rocking and rolling here and talk about these markets where we've seen the futures turn negative this morning. And coming off of a negative day yesterday, it means we've got a couple in a row here that that we're looking at on the Nasdaq, but just barely. We'll talk about that, and we'll start with the Asia session. Nikkei was down 102, Hong Kong Hang Seng down 168, and the Shanghai and China down a half of one, or up a half of 1 point. Combine that with Europe. Europe is red across the board. German DAX down 38. FTSE UK down 35, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 77. You combine that with Asia, you've only got one market up, and that's the Shanghai, and it was barely up. One up, five down, putting pressure on the U.S. markets to the downside. We've got a mixed bag here this morning. Dow futures only up 17, S&P futures up less than 1 point, and the Nasdaq futures down 8.25 points. Got to be careful this morning. That's the one thing I wanted to convey to everybody here. Be careful, be careful, be careful, because as we get into the day today, it's going to be one of those markets where it's going to be a stock picker's market. You got to be very careful on what you're doing here, And as we get into the day today, be sure and understand that this is the day that could go higher, could go lower. We'll have to see. Private sector companies added 120,000 jobs in December, less than expected, as ADP says. They were looking for 146, or they were looking for 136 after 146 in November, came in at 122. So that's not great for the market this morning. Also, Trump in the news could declare national economic emergency to justify universal tariffs. And then last but not least, NVIDIA. Quantum stocks like Rigetti plunge after NVIDIA's CEO says that computers are 15 to 30 years away from being a full integrated part of AI. So that's about it right now. This morning, again, it's going to be a stock picker's day today. Just be careful as we get into the day today, and especially at the open. We've got oil up about 13 cents, 74.38 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, again, getting closer to 2,700, up $13.20, 26.7860 per troy ounce. Silver's up almost 28 cents, almost $31. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is down this morning, and that's about it for the overall markets. Good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning to everybody on YouTube this morning. Let's say good morning to everybody here, and we will be ready to rock and roll. Let's see here. Perfect, perfect. Yep. Lionel, good morning. Lee, good morning. Victor, good morning to you. Nitson, good morning. Jonathan, good morning to you. Jennifer, what do you say? Kev, good morning. Vincent, good morning to you. David, good morning. Seth, good morning to you. Anita, good morning. Yep. Victor, good morning. Jim, good morning to you. DVG, what do you say? Seth, good morning. Keep your eye on Marna this morning. Thank you, Seth. Take a look at Marna this morning before I get these stocks chosen. MRNA. Let's take a look at Marna this morning. Let's see. MRNA. A. Backspace. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Take a look at that. Yeah, it looks good here. 45 right here, actually, where it's at right now. So we'll watch that here. 40, what is it, 48.50? Yep, looks good. Okay, perfect. We'll keep that one up as well. NVDA I like this morning, and then the CBNA trade as well. We'll keep all three of these on here. Yep. Al, good morning to you. Jonathan, good morning. Nitson. Scott V, good morning. And Ed, good morning to you. Great to have everybody here in the room. All right, let's talk some stocks. I'll post these here. And the first stock is going to be, there we go. First stock is going to be a long here, MRNA 48. And if we don't get it 48.50, yep. And next one here will be the NVIDIA trade over 42. It just broke. NVDA long over 142. Okay. And then last but not least, the CBNA trade to the upside here, and that's at 221. Let's see. No, 202.50 on CBNA. Okay, there we go. CBNA long 202.50. And DVG has joined us this morning. Partner, what do you got to say here? We've got about 2 minutes before we open things up this morning.
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hope everybody is absolutely crushing it today. A couple things that are worth noting. eBay, Meta, partner up, some news there. Keeping an eye on Meta today. In and around that 620, we're now fading a bit down to 613. I am looking for, if you haven't seen them, could be some, an exercise for some of y'all kind of post-market, but megaphones. Keep an eye on megaphone patterns in the markets, seeing them quite a little bit more often, and they're rare patterns to see, and they're very strong moves. So that's a side note. Quantum computing, obviously in deep trouble. I think there's an opportunity to buy the dip, just not yet. Right now, I think the hype's kind of dying. Worth noting, some of these stocks are up like 500, 1,000%, right? Like they're just up massive. So I'll probably be shorting a lot of those names today. Seth, good shout out on Moderna. Obviously, concerns around bird flu. First, human case of someone passing away in Louisiana. Hearts go out to the family, but there could be an opportunity for vaccine names, hence why I'm looking at LLY. NBO is more so they got an upgrade. So we have a ton of upgrades and downgrades this morning. I'm also keeping a close eye on AMD this morning. AMD got a downgrade yet again. So does it flip-flop and start to push higher, or does it actually completely tank below this 120 mark? So keeping an eye on that. Big levels on the Qs, 51492, and the other level on the SPY is 59249 on the upside, 58879 for rejection to the downside. Markets are open. Trade safe. Let's be mindful of the open here. Keeping an eye on eBay. Might be my first long position this morning. We'll do it. 68.70. eBay.
We're going to go long Marna this morning. This is going to be my key stock, I think.
Watching Meta here. I'm going to short the Qs with some put options here, just as a defense mechanism, because we are under that 51492. If we get above that, it'll be a quick trade to get out of the way around 51558. So we definitely could pop before we drop, but definitely keeping a close eye. Even watching Meta's pull back here under 610, I liked it. So let's maybe keep an eye on that. Okay, there goes eBay. Nice move. A short Meta here. I don't like that. Wait, AMD now tanking. Let's get a hold of that. Took a partial on eBay here in a moment. I would like to see something in the 69 print. We got it there shortly, but it might have been too slow. Let's see what happens. Just be careful of the whips here. Might start to whip around a bit, chop around a bit. I'm still watching Meta. I wanted to get it short in around that 615 area, but might get a turnaround. NVIDIA now turning around, so be careful here on the Qs. Might be able to dump these put options and hold them a bit longer. Watching 51558.
Yeah, I was not quick enough on the NVDA trade. Be patient this morning. Be very patient.
Okay, AMD 123, we're short. What's going on? Right, insert something. Okay, we're in AMD. I'm going to add. Guys, watching the Qs here, I'll add under 514.33 to the downside on these put options if we start to slip here. Watching NVIDIA Meta for potential entry. I'd like to get in around 613, 614. Let's see what happens here. Okay, we're going to add to AMD under 122. Okay, watching Meta. I want to see a rejection around here. If we get a rejection, I'm going to short this thing. I'm going to add to my Qs here in a moment. Under 51433, guys, keep an eye on it.
No trade Marna. That stock really failed this morning. Here comes NVDA back down, which will be fine.
Yeah, I like this rejection on Meta. Being patient here. I don't want to see it pop. Okay, let's start a position here. Meta. Okay, downside.
Okay, MU 102. I'm going to go full share size right off the bat here. MU long 102.
Get a nice bounce in Tesla. Still like Qs though. I'm going to add to AMD short under 122. eBay not really participating as much as I wanted to. Q's now bouncing, don't like that. Okay, anything over 515.60 will be out of those put options. Getting close, getting close. Want to see a rejection right now or I will be out.
Watch MU.
Okay, just being patient here. They hit that mark. Anything, if it spikes here, I'm going to get out of the way, guys, on the Qs. No harm, no foul. Okay. Waiting, waiting, waiting. It's not enough of a push yet. I want to see that. I don't mind this rejection that we're seeing right now in the Qs. If we get a big boost, though, that could really hurt my position here. Okay, I like it. I like it. Back through 51492, guys. I'm going to nail the Qs for a big position here. See if we get the break. Watching Apple pull back here pretty strongly. eBay on the move. Let's see if we get a big, here comes the 69 print. Let's see if we get a little more on eBay. I'm going to add to the Qs, guys, a big, big chunk here in a moment. Let's see. Okay, let's do it. Adding to the Qs. Let's see if we get the breakdown now in Meta. You get a little snappy. So if it starts popping to the upside, guys, I'm going to just get out of the way. We'll go long certain positions. But I like this AMD drop. We're going to add under 122. Just trying to be a little patient this morning. If the positions don't play out, I mean, we've got some pretty decent sized positions right now. If they don't work out to the downside, we'll totally switch gears and move up. Exactly what I wanted to see on Meta. Rejection around the 613, 614 print. Getting a nice drop in AMD. I'm going to wait for a partial. I want to see when that red candle stops. I don't know when it's going to stop. So we'll wait. Okay, SPY getting stronger though.
Yep. A little bit of a turn here.
This could be bad for my shorts here. Here comes eBay. New high. Perfect. I'm going to take some off of eBay here in a moment. Take a partial. That's good for me. Good point-ish. Yeah, not too much. It's okay though. Winning trade. Here come the Qs. Let's see a big breakdown now on the Qs. Want to see if it breaks 51433, which it did once today. We should snap down to around that 511.5. It's kind of what I'm anticipating. If it doesn't happen and it starts snapping up higher, guys, and we just, like we said, move out of the way and move on. Guys, nice breakdown here in AMD. Let's see if we get a real drop now. Here comes the Qs. Perfect. That's exactly what I want to see.
Nice.
Watch the Qs now. We should accelerate down to 512. I'll take a partial in and around that 512 area. We'll let the rest move around. Going to take a partial on AMD in a moment. Only concern right now is we have eBay to the upside and Meta to the downside, and the partnership is between the two of them. So I don't like that Meta's trying to hold up while eBay's moving up. So that could be bad for my position here on Meta. Definitely want to see the 614 not hold. Qs are fading. Let's see if it continues. Seeing some buyers show up on the Qs. I don't like that. Seeing Meta finding buyers. Don't like that either.
No trades for me. I'm going to try this mRNA right here at 46, the left side of my screen. And actually going to go with an NVDA over that 141.50 NVDA. That'll be my first trade of the day.
Okay, here comes the break on the cues. I will wait. I want to see a 512 to 511 and a half print on the cues. I want it to be fast, drastic, and I'll take some off of the put options that I have. Got a pretty decent sized put option play here on the cues. So see if we can bank some profit on that. Still waiting for the 512 print on the cues. We should get it here. Here comes the break. Taking a partial on AMD. Strong break now on Apple. Seeing it on NVIDIA. Meta's still kind of holding up. Hanging on to that for a little bit. Oh, come on. Don't find buyers right there. That's a random zone. What are you guys doing? Get out of there. Get out of there. Uh-oh. This could be bad for my position on Meta, guys. I don't like that. So counting on the cues and the SPY right now, but Meta's finding some buyers. I don't like that. Bad. Okay. There's that under long. I could be in trouble now. Long might be the direction. I don't want to see this 51433 hold for my short positions here. This could be bad for my shorts. Cues. It's not good. Let me get out of Meta here in a moment. That's too bad on Meta. Trying to be patient this morning, but Meta could be a losing trade. We took a partial on AMD and we took a partial on eBay. But Meta could be a losing trade here for us. And now the put options on the cues kind of giving back those gains right now. Very strong move.
142 target NVDA. 142 target NVDA.
Well, 51492, guys. We hold that on the cues. We're going to get a bounce. I just feel like megaphone behavior is alive and well, which is the ultimate candidate for choppiness and how to wreck an account. So, definitely be careful here because I think we're just going to get whipped around here a bit. So we know what rule number one is: pay yourself first. I think today is going to be the ultimate day for that. And my bias is still to the downside.
16 cents to come here now on NVDA. Remember, target NVDA is going to be that 142, and here we go, NVDA.
Nice push on eBay now, guys. Yep. Get a 70 print. Nice. I'll take a little more off.
Hey traders, I'm out 3/4 of the trade, right at 142 flat on NVDA. That's 1 point off the bottom here. Actually, a half a point off the bottom. Sorry. Those of you that took at 141, congratulations, 141.50. Now out at 142. Looks out great. Yep.
Uh-oh. You just put a hammer in. That's not good for my shorts here. And I'm watching 51492. If we push over this 51560 again, all my shorts are out and we'll go long everything. Tesla, NVO actually looks kind of good here at 85. Let me watch that for a moment.
Okay, traders out all shares now. NVDA 142.50. That's a full point to the upside now.
All right, we're taking a partial on eBay, guys. The 70 print. Q's gaining some strength. This could be bad for my puts here. I'll wait.
NVDA just fine this morning. It's my only trade I've had so far. Be looking at MU possibly at 102 or at 100. Sorry, we're going to go MU 100. I'll put it where mRNA is here.
Well, might be time to go long, y'all. I'll have to get taken out of meta here in a minute.
All right, I'm going to go long MU at 100. This is purely a play at the magical 100 number.
Okay. Again, we're playing games here. 51492, guys. Every single time we get around that zone, we're finding sellers, then we're finding buyers. If we continue this rejection, I still want to see a 511 and a half, 512 print on the Qs. That said, I think we've seen a lot of whipping around, and I wouldn't be surprised if we blast off higher and then come back down and tank. So again, they're playing games today. Worth noting, we are going to be closed tomorrow, so we won't be here as well. Markets will be closed. Guys, eBay on the run now. Let's go. Let's go, eBay. Let's go, eBay. Anything over 71, I'm going to take a little more off. I should be adding probably, but that's all right. Horseshoes and hand grenades, guys. 71 target, but this looks kind of good. We're taking the markets here. All right, I'm taking some more off of eBay. Very nice trade. I'll take it. Here come look at this breakdown now, guys, on the SPY. Look at this. You see this? This is exactly, they're playing games. And then look, now you're finding more sellers, bear trap. Finding more sellers, and then it's going to try to turn around and pop again. The games they're playing today are unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm going to try to be patient here to the downside move, but man, this is not fun. 13 minutes, we got wholesale inventories. Sorry, I'm looking at some of the notes. Yeah, Rick, I'm in eBay, yeah. Guys, look at this nightmare of a chart on the 1 minute. We're seeing big bearish move, then full bullish engulf, then full bearish engulf, then full bullish engulf. Like, this is the type of day, when we pick a direction, it's going to be very distinct and very, very, very drastic. But if we don't, it's going to chop around and it'll burn up your account. So definitely be careful. I'm trying to be mindful of some stops here. Today could be very easily a red day for me. Obviously, eBay doing well. We're still in this meta position. We're still in these put options of the Qs. But like right now, my Qs keep going red, then green, red, then green. So pretty tight consolidation. I want to continue to see this rejection under 514.92. And I do not want to see a push over 515.60. I'll dump my put options on the Qs if we do. Tesla looking nice for a breakout. NVO looks great here. Let's do it. 85.40. Let's do it. It'll be a longer term hold probably. So gross on this price. All right. If the Qs don't break down now, I'm going to probably just trim up. There it is. There it is. That's really gross. Well, I was watching the price action. I can't believe all those shares just filled on the Qs. No news, just pure aggression right there. I like this rejection. I'm still hanging on to these put options on the Qs, but that candle is terrifying. Like if it doesn't, if we don't continue higher, we should break down. But that candle looks like it's going to be igniter, and I'm going to just dump these put options. I don't want to get caught with my holding the bag here. Nvidia looking great. Tesla looking like it's about to break out. We'll get rid of this AMD position. Right, we took a partial, but we'll break even. Might be time to go long some stocks here, guys. I'm just watching what the Qs are doing. SPY rejecting the 200.
Traders, target on MU is going to be 101, 101, and then 102 we can absolutely add to this trade.
I might get stopped out here, y'all, on the Qs. Let's see.
Market right now still Nasdaq's up 16, S&P down 5, Dow down 110. It's not huge. I am long MU. I'm all out of NVDA, which is my first trade of the day. First nice profitable trade of the day.
Well, here comes the push. I might be in trouble here, guys. Don't want to trade out on spikes, but I have a feeling the Qs is about to go. SPY's gone. Let's see what happens here. Come on, Bears. Pull up a couple other stocks here. See what coin is doing. Moderna looks great here too. If you were thinking about nibbling, this 45 print. Let's see, coin under 262 would have been nice. All right, here comes the break. Finally, big break now. Big break. There's a big bearish engulfing candle. That's what I wanted to see. The Qs should break now from a technical perspective. Should, not will. Do the disclaimer. It's not financial advice. It's your money. Trade it how you want. But this is a pretty gnarly candle right here, and we should see it continue. So let's see a bigger break on the Qs. If I see it undercut under the lows, guys, I'm going to wait for the 512 print and be mindful of my target. Because these are put options, they're not shares, it's a little bit easier to hang on to it because I know my potential exposure. Here comes the break, guys. Let's wait for a little more, and I'll take a partial under the break. Let's see if we get that 512 print. Yes, look at the SPY straight down. Should get the break here under 51352. It's coming. Come on, come on, come on. There it is. I'm seeing sellers line up. Okay, good. Good. Let's wait for the break. Come on, 512 on Qs, please. Qs, please. Don't pop here. You go straight down, please. There we go. There's the break on the Qs. Let's see if we get a little more. No pop. I'm going to take a partial just in case on the Qs. I won't give anything back today, guys. Too much whipsaw today at the open.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
So I took a partial off the Qs. Again, not a huge profit, but I'll take $1,000 off the top, and we'll let the rest run, and break even on the rest. So be it. But oh, it's unfortunate. That really should have broke down there, guys. We got the undercut 51341, and then it bounces right back up. That's these kind of days, guys. I'm gonna just reduce my size, be patient, and honestly, like just pay myself. I'm scalping today because that's gross. We really should have got a big break to the downside, and we're now bouncing, potentially moving higher. Really bad. Even the same thing with Meta. I was trying to be patient with it. I saw it dip to 609.50. It's now bounced to 612.5. 3 points in 1 minute. Just bounced. Like that's not normal. It's really not normal to do that. So I have a feeling like we're going to see what we've been seeing in some of these other names. Like look at Lilly at the open yesterday. There's many stocks that look like that, where you see this huge spike to reach, basically liquidity grab into certain levels, grabbing that overhead supply, and then they just dump it right after it. Like that, there's a lot of games being played. I mean, heck, look at Costco. Costco's a similar stock. There's a ton of them that look just like that. Novo Nordisk, guys, I'm up 4 cents. Now here come the SPY again, trying to break down lower.
Up and down, back and forth. Yep.
It's so gross, Scott. It's so gross.
Yep.
I hate days like today. Today's probably going to be more of like an inside day. You know what I mean? Which is dangerous. That's why, like for me, I'm trimming up all my positions just to make sure that, if let's say I have a short bias right now, if we pop up higher, technically you get stopped out, and now then it reverts back to the downside, and vice versa. Maybe you're long, and then it dips, and then takes your stop loss, and you know what I mean. Like these are dangerous types of days where I don't want to play. Like with options, it's a little bit easier because you kind of grab a couple contracts, hang on to them, and maybe you lose $200-300. But like shares right now, I can't really do other than eBay right now. And I might actually switch my meta position into options actually. I don't think I posted my meta on this morning. Buy is getting weaker. Q's trying to hang on. So coin at 262 is like a 50-50 trade. If you think we're going to bounce to the upside, go long. If you think we're going to toilet, short. I've got too many positions right now. Bias to the downside. The only thing I have really that's long is eBay. We've paid ourselves on the way up, but this really feels like retail price action in the morning here, all the buying. And then institutions are coming and going, okay, we'll take all that supply, sell. Be careful, y'all, if you're looking at long positions here. If you're going to go long, I would be watching the Qs over 515 and then hit it, look for those long positions. Again, I'm watching coin right now at 262. Looks like it'd be a fun trade. Really bad. Really, really bad.
Still in the MU trade. That's the only thing I'm in right now.
Microsoft on the move, y'all.
Although not doing a whole lot here.
Video on the move. Wow, you know what? I stayed away from the Ion Q name.
I've got no shares left.
Missed out on some of these quantum names, guys. Uh-oh. Here comes some data. Not going to react just yet. Comes in line. Data's in line. Which I think is an excuse for bulls to step in. I'm going to probably get taken out of my meta position here, guys. Can't hold on too much longer. Stop seeing like Microsoft breakout, Nvidia breakout. Now Meta's next. I mean, but the Qs are still rejecting their level under 51560 is kind of a big. I'm giving it a little bit of a range. As coin at 262 does look interesting. We're just over that level right now. So Microsoft pushing higher, Nvidia pushing higher. SPY now getting some strength. Trade what you see, not what you feel, y'all. So, I mean, I could definitely be wrong here. Right? As of right now, I am wrong right now. So that's okay. More than happy to get out of the way if I'm to get this push here. Here come the SPY and the Qs. It's a huge order that just came through. I'm looking to see if it was BS or not. I'll trade out in spikes. And I like this rejection. Trying to be patient. Still like this rejection. This meta position is really starting to hurt. Okay, might do it for me, guys, on this. Might be time to go long. Coin, let's do it. I'll probably build a position around 263.5 if we can pull back a little bit. Keep an eye on it. I mean, clearly the SPY and the Qs are trying to get some momentum. I might have missed the coin trade at the 262. Yeah, I don't want to buy it at 265. It's kind of a gross day today, guys, to be honest. All right, I'm going to change my meta position. I'm going to probably get out of the shares and just build a put option here. I'm still bearish on this. I don't trust this move, but it's hard to Like the SPY looks great. The Qs look like it's, you know, artificial. I'm not here to fight the tape today. Seeing what I can build here with the option play here on Meta. Kind of expensive actually. Oh, that's not too bad. All right, I'm going to keep the shares here for the time being. I have a stop at 617, hard stop on Meta. That unfortunately will cost me some dough today. Put together a quick put option here in case we do decide to lower. All right, all right. Expiration, sure. Okay. That. So that works. Let's do that. Yeah, the SPY looks like it's going to break out any second here, which is all the more reason I don't trust it. So bad. It might be the day of scalping. Put my scalping hat on.
I'll take that too.
Right? I mean, this is just really bad. We put in a lower low. Great news for me. And these are the guys, honestly, like I might call today early because I don't like trading these types of markets where you're slapping around left and right. Like it's not, these are the type of days where you can lose a ton of money. You know, I'm almost going to wait for a direction to be picked and then pick my trades, right? Like we've had 4 failed breakdowns that should have broke. So like, in my opinion, that's not like my whole setup is now, I have to kind of reset. Now, granted, I'm in these positions. You know, we still have some on AMD. We've got a long on eBay. We've got put options. We've got shares and now put options on Meta. Microsoft looks fantastic to an upside move. You know, it's one of the biggest names in the Qs, so that'll probably prop up markets. Apple's sideways down to this 241 print. Can easily find volume up to 243. We saw that yesterday to move 245, 246 area. So like just those 2 names alone can lift the Qs in a heartbeat. Which then, you know, NVIDIA, Meta, the rest of the bunch, they follow along. What's Tesla doing? And Tesla just popped up 400, 402.50. You have to remember 402.50 Tesla. You know what, Mark? I'm glad you mentioned IWM. So that's something I was watching pre-market today. I get that ETFs are not as fun or as, you know, volatile as some of these names in the stock market. But I have a feeling for the next 3 months, that's going to be the game because they round off a lot of the edges. So instead of looking at these big spikes, drops, whatever, like finding an industry or a sector that's performing, like say, for example, XLE has been doing pretty well this year. I can't believe I'm saying this year. We're 8 days in. But those are going to be the names I think that might be worth, you know, swing trading or even, I wouldn't say day trading, but you could. But it might be the option to use this year, like at least for the next 3 months, because I think there's going to be a ton of volatility. Like look at the quantum names, guys. They moved up 500%, and today they like almost gave it all back. You know, it's pretty wild. All right, so Microsoft outperforming without a doubt. Tesla pulling back sharply. AMD now at the low of day. Come on, Qs. At this point, because I've been I mean, I took a partial on these options, but I'm gonna allow these to go break even on the remainders, which means I've got room to the upside. Like I want to hold on to these things. So if we do in fact tank, you know, good trade. But this morning has been kind of stressful. I don't like opens like this. I like when it's nice and easy. Pick a direction, and you go. We're seeing it again now. Trying to test the lows on the Qs. But is this going to be a higher low, or is it a lower low? If it's a lower low, we get the breakdown. 100%. Cue the disclaimer. AMD. Let's go.
There we go.
There we go. Guys, look at this candle, okay? This should, in theory, break markets to the downside. And if you should be marking your levels, whether you have fibs or you know where previous levels are. For me, I'm looking at 511.5 with some resistance at 512, round number, okay?
Rick,
But
I'm in you, yep.
The fact that we hit this level and then bounce, it's kind of absurd. Like it's in the middle of nowhere zone. Just like not even a, 51433 to 51558 is kind of like I'd say a zone, with 51492 being almost dead center in that, which used to be a previous high. But there's no real reason to defend this area until you get to like 511.5, realistically. Guys, I'm gonna get 120 print on AMD. I'll take some more off. I'm glad I didn't mess with coin. That's good. Come on, Qs. Come to Papa. Come to Papa. We break this, guys. I'm going to leave the rest to just run for a while. 511.5. Sorry, 511.5. I will take some off if we get. Are you kidding me? We just printed a new low and now we bounce again. That is some tricky, tricky business, guys. That might be retailers trying to buy the dip, and they might get run over right now. We'll stand a chance if that bottom breaks. Or this is the most legit bear trap I've seen in a while. Kev,
VDA.
so I'm actually going to trim into profit. So it's technically a partial. So like right now we're doing okay. We're in the money on Meta, and because I built this put option position, those are doing well too. But I don't like how it keeps snapping around. As long as the Qs keep aiming lower, I can hold Meta. Okay. The same way I'm holding AMD. So now that we just got a break in the 512, I want to see a real drop now in the Qs. Like 511, I'm waiting for it now before I take a partial, because I've been, getting smacked around all morning. I might as well get paid, right? So let's see this. If we get the continuation into the 511, great. If we start to bounce around here for whatever wild reason, then yeah, I'll probably have to trim up. I might miss out on some huge gains, but I'm not here to play around these little games that they're playing this morning. It's not really my style. But we should get a big break now under 512 any second. Waiting for the drop. Heck, if I get 510, I'm going to happily take that. Notice NVIDIA pulling back, Tesla's pulling back, coins pulling back. Microsoft's still holding the highs though.
in market red now. Dow's down 126, S&P down 19, NASDAQ down 88.
All right, come on, Meta. So if I see a break under the 609 handle, you know, I'll probably take some of the shares off and maybe even take a couple of the put options. I think Kev, you were asking about that. So, I mean, I'm seeing this break on NVIDIA now. Kind of feels nice from seeing NVIDIA move down. You're seeing coin move down. But what worries me is Apple and Microsoft are still holding up. So we're seeing a big drop in the chip names. So we should see that follow through on the Qs. But Apple and Microsoft don't want to move. So this could be just a selling of the chip names and an opportunity for them to buy names like Meta and Microsoft. So therefore, I'll probably trim up here in just a moment on Meta. Let's see if we get a break under 610. I'm gonna trim up on the shares, and then let's maybe take a look at what the options are doing. Tricky morning, guys.
Yep.
Mornings like this that can hurt you pretty quick. But if you're disciplined in trading and you know rule number one, it's okay. If you're getting stopped out a few times today, that's okay too. I think days like today, you got to have a little more tolerance, which means you can mess around with sizing a little bit. So if you knew, like when I was talking about trimming and sizing, and I'm doing the same thing, right? I don't want to be on the hook if, let's say, for example, Meta decides to bounce up to 617 and stops me out. Like that would stink. We're up a little bit right now, but in fact, let me trim this real quick. It's a gross day, guys. I don't know what else to say. Still waiting for the Qs. I want 511 and a half. I'll probably take a couple off here. Let me take 3. There you go. Really want to see a follow through on the Qs. $120 print AMD. Okay. Let's get ready to take some off of AMD here. Hey guys, here's the other thing. Remember you guys, I was talking about put options on Costco. We are up on those put options, which is nice. Been trying to add new aspects to my trading, so swing trading, options trading into the new year. So we're doing that today. In fact, I might just separate some funds, like a small options account, I don't know, 10 grand or something, and just dedicate that to only options trading and see how that performs throughout the year. It'd be kind of interesting. Here comes the nonsense. Bouncing here. In a perfect world, I'd see a break under 600 on Meta, but I don't know what's going to happen today with the news with eBay and the talk of like free speech stuff. I don't know, maybe Meta bounces today. So we trimmed up on the shares. I still got the put option. I still have some shares, but definitely want to see these options start to pay me some alpha. But meanwhile, Apple decided to rip higher for whatever reason, right? With no news. I don't think they're talking about at CES. They might be, but you got Microsoft and Apple canaries in the coal mine today for any upside move. And right now, Apple's moving higher and Microsoft's holding the highs. Apple. Unbelievable. VST. Yeah. Yeah, but VST could be a shopping list down the road. Yep. I think the nuclear energy play is going to be, look, the new administration, question mark on the green factor, right? So we saw a little bit of a pop on names in the solar space as kind of like a hedge to, hey, we're going to need energy, period. But I think, look, in the next 2 weeks, people probably cool down, try to adjust for uncertainty. We're seeing it, a little bit of a sell-off. We're seeing people buy at certain levels. I think Meta's key big levels are going to be 600. I mean, there's a bunch of them, right? But like, I have a range 606.50 to 602, which is what I would love to see today. I don't know if I'm going to get that, but and then it goes down to 594 to 592, and then 592 to 589. And 589 is a big level, but the biggest level is 577. So 577 on Meta is like a massive, massive level. And if we end up dropping to that today, could you imagine my options would be worth mega bucks? So we'll see. I'm going to be patient on the options, but we trimmed up on some of the shares. We still have some, but anyway, moving on. Just know, like, look at markets more broadly. Pretty much everything's red. Got a couple outliers in the healthcare space. Right now, I have very limited exposure with that small NVO position, which, it's $80, $85 stock. I'm not too worried about it. Great company. But they're not a vaccine company. I've noted. What's mRNA doing? Right on, Seth. Cheers. Let's see. Two trades. Red on Amazon went long. $1 stop loss. Just got an MVO green. Cool. Added. Yep. Small green. Cool. Right on, Seth. Let's go. Come on, Meta. Break that 609.50 one time. Scare some people. Let's go. Let's go. Hello. Hello, Meta. Come on. Get the break. 20 cents. I've never wanted 20 cents more.
You know it's going bad when you're cheering for.
Here it comes. Exactly, yeah. There's the break, though. My options printing nicely. Let's get some real alpha on these things. 606.5. Let me see what did we print yesterday? 608.23, 605.50, 603. Guys, watch Tesla now breaking lower big time. 10-point move to the downside. All right, guys, I'm going to take some more of my shares off of Meta and let the options kind of take its place. Okay, here we go. Might dump the rest of this eBay position. NVO is just kind of, it's whatever. It's doing its thing. I'm not too worried about it. It's not a huge mover, but I'm more than happy to hold on to that one for a while. Guys, my concern is this. Apple is breaking out. Why is Apple breaking out? Oh, I know why. Because they're trying to prop up the market. So AMD, we've been paying ourselves all the way down, but now there's a risk of a topside move, and I could argue the same thing with Meta. So let's see, what's my sizing on this contract? Hmm. I don't like this move on the Qs, guys. Guys, coin is in big trouble right now. I had a shot to move higher, completely rejected, and just getting pummeled. This could be one to short. Maybe we'll get a little bit of a bounce to 261. Maybe you could scalp it up to that area, but I'm now contemplating nailing this thing. So I'm going to say from a bearish standpoint, I know if we see 511.5 break today, the chance of getting down to 506 to 50, like we'll call it 508 to 506 on the Qs becomes a very, very real reality. So I think right now bulls understand what's at stake, and they're fighting like crazy because this 514.92 level needs to hold. So call it 515 for sake of argument. But bulls fought very hard to get to that level, and now that we're back there, I think there's some concern about, hey, look, like we're still 3 to 5% away from all-time highs. So I think there's a little bit of that uncertainty coming to play, but looking more broadly, like bond markets are kind of looking, interest rates are going to be higher for longer. What does that mean for both consumers and, companies? So like in my mind right now, I'm a little more comfortable with these options. I mean, they get expensive, to be fair, okay? But they're not as expensive as buying 200 shares of Meta, let's just say. I could buy 20 contracts that control effectively, heck, I could buy 2 contracts and they would be a fraction of the cost. Trouble is, like, you're looking at strike prices, expiration dates, start dealing with all the Greeks. But I don't mind holding them a little bit longer so long as directionally we're moving in favor of my position. Whereas like with shares, it gets really expensive really fast from a capital investment perspective. So hence all the more reason I think I'm trying to leverage more of these options, especially like today where we had the shares and we were like, okay, let's trim the shares and then replace them with options. It's easier for me to swap 100 shares for one contract and it's $400. Like, yeah, that's a no-brainer. I'd say markets, that's kind of risky, but like right now the 200, it's right there at the 394 print. So if you were looking to get long, like mitigate the risk, you know what I mean? Cue the disclaimer. Like maybe this 394, see how it handles the 200 EMA, and then if it bounces here, your risk is now what, $1.50 to the downside? I mean, you could wait for that 396 for validation, but I mean, overall, like markets look pretty gross right now. Favor the downside, but you see what happens every time we get to that low. Bam, we find some. I don't know if it's an actual buyer or if shorts are covering, because like as soon as you see any short cover, boom, buyers are backed up, and people are asking like, well, how do you know it's a short cover? It's just kind of based on the price action. I've been watching Qs and such for a while, but this looks more like kind of big options trades right now. So if I look at like swings and stuff on options or even sweeps, I imagine there's probably a lot of put options out there, which is dangerous because that's how you find gamma squeezes. So you got to be open to being long or short right now, but it's super tricky and super volatile. So if it were me, I'd want to see a bounce on the Qs around 511.5, as I mentioned, and like save that level, and then that could be an area to go long. I think today is going to be the day of discounts for people. CBX. Yeah, I may short coin. Let's see what it does at this 362 level. I mean, it could be a long at 258, and then your risk is pretty low, the downside. But I don't really want to go long anything right now. Like I said too, if you look around, like look for megaphone patterns. They're happening way more often. Like it's a pretty rare pattern, but it's happening way more often in the last like about week or so. Got your back.
MU looking good again. 100 on MU. If I can get this here again, adding to the trade at 100.
Palantir's down 3.1%. Pan W. I think Pan W just recently got a downgrade, if I'm not mistaken. Guys, I think I'm going to close out the rest of this eBay position. We paid ourselves on the way up, but I don't want to be messing with eBay, to be honest. Yeah, Pan W did get a downgrade, I think. Yep. Maybe one worth shorting as well. I mean, it's kind of down here at the lows, but we get a little bounce there. Scott, how do you feel about Tesla, man? Can't hear you.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. Last couple of days I got burned on it. But I mean, today anything over that VWAP will go.
Yeah, I think that's the level I think Mark was looking at, the 396.
You're right at the bouncing level. You're right at yesterday's close. So.
I really thought I was going to get a lot more of a move on Meta. On the one hand, I'm happy that I trimmed up my shares, but you know, the trouble with weekend put options or call options, if you don't move pretty quick towards your target price, they get zapped up, eaten up pretty quick. Tell you what, if we break 600 on Meta today, I think Rick's finally going to get the cue the disclaimer shirt. Right, let's see. I'm going to read the notes here, guys, real quick. Give me a sec. So Nitsan, just if you Google it, there's bullish and bearish versions of megaphones. They're very, I don't say they're rare, but they're not common. And they're happening like all over the place right now, which is moderately concerning because it's not a normal pattern. Like they're very strong patterns. Kind of like if you see a cup and handle forms over an extended period of time. It doesn't happen like in a day, usually.
There we go, MU. If you're into MU trade right now, you're looking at 101 target on MU.
That was an institutional block that just showed up on the cues to SPY and just more broadly across everything.
Target 101 on MU. Target 101 on MU.
This is gross today. Guys, I think I'm going to trim up even on these put options for Meta. We're green on them, which is great. But like my cues, like I'm down to 5, so I had quite a few earlier, but I've been trimming up on the way down. But this is
Watch
garbage.
the 101 now on MU. Blast off time here. Looking for a point. Second trade of the day, traders. Watch that. Watch the 101 here.
Rick.
$0.30 to go. MU.
Well, I'm going to probably dump the rest of these Q put options here. If this push continues. SPY now at the 200. Q's just got above the 200, so we could get bullish here. Coin maybe at 259. I'll try it. I might have been too late. Let's see. Coin 259. Come on. Keep our stop loss tight on coin. Only reason I'll keep my stop loss really tight on this. And I've got pretty much bearish positions everywhere else. We've got long on NVO, and I just dumped eBay. Everything else is pretty much short. And it's a build anyway on coin. So if I'm wrong, just throw it away. Put a hard stop on coin right now. Okay, it's a small size, so 257.20.
Traders, I need a minute. I've got to call my broker right now. I've got a stuck order here, so DVG, I'll be right back, my friend.
All right, no worries. So NVO, again, I don't mind holding this for a while. It's not looking like a great trade, I would say, for the day, but again, it's an $85 stock. I actually really like the company. I'm a big fan of Lars and their CEO and their leadership. So I don't mind holding it. In fact, we just got a little pop. So I'm down like 8 cents on it. So I don't really mind that. We're about to get taken out of our coin position. Hard stop is out there. I think we just got stopped. Did we just get filled? Yeah. If Meta can drop to $600 today, guys, I'm telling you, that'll be a huge win for us. But this chop is really gross. Rick, I know you've been waiting a long time, but you know what? That's the whole point. Yeah. It's worth waiting for. Yeah, Scott and I have been kind of meeting, like, if we were to create swag and do all that stuff, like we're trying to find a couple sites that, like, you could do some print on demand type stuff. It's a little more expensive for us, but at the same time, at least we can get some swag for you guys. But the alternative is, if you could buy some better quality stuff, etc., then you got to buy like 500 to 1,000 pieces, and not everybody wears a schmedium, It'll happen. Just bear with us. All right, guys, I'm watching Palo Alto Networks right now. Did I just get stopped at a coin and now it's going to turn and burn? Don't you dare. Don't you dare. What else are you guys watching? Oh, interesting. ISRG. I can't get in there. I may actually initiate my short position on MA today, guys. After all this time, from 5:30 to 5:20 to 5:17, I may actually hit it today, and it'll be a swing short. MA. Because of the swing, I'm happy to kind of build into this position with a higher stop loss. So let's see if we can. I'm gonna grab a little bit. We're gonna go MA short. This is a swing though, so I won't post it. Just kind of a heads up, guys. I like Pan W short under this VWAP. So we get a decent entry here. It's got room for another 2 points or so. Again, a pretty solid pullback. We've stayed underneath the 200. I mean, we could test the 170 and a half, but I'm looking at the SPY and the Qs. I think we're finally going to get the direction. Finally, Meta. Finally, come on. You can do it. Drop 5 points for me, please. All right, so we're in the MA short. Again, it's a swing, so I won't be playing that much today. If it does get above 517, I'll reset and potentially short at a higher level. But I do like that kind of longer term for sub 500 move. If it does, it'll break pretty quick. Visa's kind of in the same boat, I would say. And if you look at AXP, AXP's kind of already started. So we were talking about megaphones. This is starting to be one, AXP. So watch it literally from Monday. And go check out what a megaphone looks like. Who was asking about that? Rick. I'll get you one, man. I promise you. I don't know if it'll be in a week, a month, but I promise you, like we're trying to get that sorted out. It's I really thought, and again, this is me. I'm trying to figure out the camera stuff and trying to get more posts online, and unfortunately, it's taken a little bit more. Other than like, if you guys don't mind me just sloppily throwing up content, and then you guys can vote for it. Maybe that's the way to do it. You know what I mean? Just create some content, put it out there, and if you guys are like, hey, DVG, we like this, give us more, or hey, we prefer when you go on your little tangents, or we hate when you go on your tangents. But Scott and I've been talking about doing a little bit more on the content creation side, and of course, getting some swag. And we don't want to really get like, hey, here's a pen with our name on it. Like, we're not doing that kind of stuff. Or at least I don't want to. I don't know. Scott might want to. Guys, we're at 6:09 on Meta. Come on. Break. This is driving me nuts on Meta. Come on, man. So there's not a whole lot of buyer. We have one buyer trying to buy at 609.03 for 400 shares. Now we'll get some sellers. There's our break in the 608s. Now let's see a real sell-off on Meta. A real one. Kind of like it happened this morning down to 602, whatever. Like, I want to see that kind of move. We might not get it, but if we do, guys, we're going to make some mega bucks. Megaphone, mega bucks. There we go. Come on, Meta. Big break now. Probably trim some at 60. What do you guys think? 605? Oh, there it is. There's Meta. Hello. Finally. Jeez. Took long enough. What do you guys think? 605? Should we wait for the 602/603? What do you think? I think I'm going to wait for the 605 here. Hopefully I don't kick myself on this. Watching the price action, I'm not seeing a bunch of seller or buyers. We're seeing some random floats show up at 608, so I don't like that. All right. Maybe I'll take some off here in a moment. $606.50, how about? Trying to watch the price action. The problem is like I'm seeing these random fills that are getting like market orders that are showing up at the 608 print on Meta, and they're getting filled, but they're like 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 shares, 10 shares, 8 shares, whatever. And then when I see the big orders show up, they're kind of on those in-betweens, and I don't like that. That could be like a little bit of, algo manipulation.
Still in the MU
to
trade
try to
here.
subtly move.
Only had 2 trades today, DVG. MU and NVIDIA, both winning trades, but still small. Yeah, it is. It is.
Winning's winning, though.
And like you said, today, I don't know. I would imagine today that people, you have to think about it like if it was yourself. And for me, if I'm in Wall Street, there we go. No. Okay, if I'm in Wall Street right now and I'm like, thinking tomorrow's a holiday, well, I might be going out of town for an extended time, right? So, yeah.
Take Friday off and.
Yep. So you take one day, you get two. So, that's why you see, you just have to think about, when you're on Wall Street or when you're a trader, you're trading all the time. So it gets to the point where any type of break, it's not like you don't like to trade. It's just that you get very few days where you're actually off or can take a deep breath unless you're taking vacation, because the market's always open because of the liquidity. So.
Yep. Actually, my wife and I were having that conversation the other day. Like, hey, if markets are open, I'm working.
And there's seldom
it's just
closed.
kind of the way it goes. And it was tough because during the holiday, New Year's time, it was New Year's Eve, and it was taking trades, and we were like, trying to move and do all this other stuff. And I'm like, hey, look, markets are open. I got to work. So, I popped in for I think like maybe 2 hours, and then made my money and left. So gross on Meta. Come on. Where is the real breakdown? Now, meanwhile, SPY and Qs are aiming higher. What a mess. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna trim up here on these Meta put options. And honestly, guys, like, trade carefully today. This is a little bit of a rodeo today. All right, there we go. Now I don't mind holding the rest of these put options till break even or till the close on Meta. So if we get the breakdown, great. Unfortunately, we won't do it with a ton of options, but I really don't like this move now on the Qs, this move on the SPY. Everything's pushing higher. So if you want to go long, now would be the time. In fact, let me pull up coin. Maybe try coin again. Oh, there it is. Now it's moving higher. What a shame. What a shame. The day of scalping. Maybe even Costco. Those put options that I was holding until Friday. That's the plan anyway. Still going to hold them. But we finally printed green. Off the low, it's up $7. Like, what? On super low volume. Super low volume. 396,000 shares. It's a mess. Guys, after I think I'm gonna just trim up this Meta position. I'm gonna be done for the day. Look, we made it. We had a green day. I'm not mad, but it is disappointing. Like, it is a game of patience. Some days like today, it's choppy. It's up, it's down, it's left, it's right. It's super dangerous. And if you're taking like big share size, the chances of you getting stopped out when you're whipping around levels is pretty big, you know? So if you're like short and you're like, oh, hey, look, previous high on this, on let's say the Qs, 515.41, maybe you put your stop at 515.45, you can almost guarantee that's going to get taken. You know what I mean? So it's just a really tricky day. I'm hanging on to these, these put options on Meta. I'll probably dump some of these Qs just because it's bouncing around unless we tank right now. But trade careful today, guys. It's a very tricky market. We're finally getting a move here on Meta. Thank you. But yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll come right back. I'll probably call it a day at 11:30. But I'm gonna go make some tea. So stay tuned. I'll be right back.
Yeah, just some of those days, you know, where you just you come in and you're thinking it's going to be a big day, but it's really not. So take a look at eBay over that area there. Hold on here, eBay. Yeah, it looks great. What are you thinking? 70-20 or so on eBay? Even 70 here looks great. Yep. Yeah, super slow right now. Dow down 20, NASDAQ down 17, S&P down 2 points right now. Take a look at NVDA. I did not bring that back after I switched over to eBay. NVDA had that candle down. I mean, NVDA did. Traders, I'll be right back.
Well, I'm going to pull up some of these quantum names. I missed out on some of them, actually all of them this morning, messing around with Meta. But IonQ, perfect short, QUBT, also perfect short. I normally wouldn't trade that low of a stock, but hopefully some of you guys are able to take advantage of those moves because those were spot on. Let's see what else we got. LLY moving beautifully to the upside. So I'm just kind of looking at what I posted this morning, get a feel for, eBay, we took. NVO, we took. Lilly, we didn't. Those are only 3 call outs I had to the upside. Good news is they all worked. Short. Qs kind of worked, I would say. AMD worked. And then I didn't mess with all the other quantum names. But here's the good news. I would keep an eye on those quantum names. I think there's an opportunity to buy some of those later on this year. Maybe not now, but maybe get a decent pullback on some of these names. Gives you an opportunity to get to know their business. Obviously, a big reason being Jensen had said like, oh, we're like 20, 30 years away before quantum is real. That's, I would say, pretty accurate. I think that it'll accelerate just because now that we have the use of AI, et cetera, we'll be able to train some of these models to understand like superposition and these, complex quantum dynamics, quantum mechanics theories. Worth noting, I mean, quantum actually solved one of the world's hardest problems that like would take all of our supercomputers, and it did it by itself in I think like 2 days. So I think that was like the big hype, like, oh man, if we could do that, we could imagine what else we could do. So I think quantum is going to be likely a new buzzword, but understanding quantum mechanics is a lot more complex than just a computer. but it's really taking kind of AI to the next level, I would say. It's just a matter of when does that become usable. So anyway, worth noting, kind of geek out on that stuff. What can I say? What else? Yeah, just more broadly, markets pretty much down across the board, red across the board. Not just looking at indices, but kind of across the sectors. We're seeing healthcare perform decently. Financial services kind of holding up a little bit. I'm actually going to take some off of my put options here on Meta at any moment, seeing if we can actually get a break under 607.20. If we get it, I'll kind of wait it out. But if we start bouncing around here, I'll probably trim up on the put options for Meta. Guys, look at Lilly. Beautiful move to the upside. Called that this morning. How many of you guys took Lilly this morning, or anybody? Or even the quantum names short? Anybody? I post the watch list. Does it help? Like, are you guys taking your trades on your own, even if I'm not calling them out? Anybody? Okay, we're at 607.20 on Meta. Let's see if we get the break. Hope we don't bounce here. Put a double bottom in. I'm seeing the Qs break down lower. Meanwhile, Meta is still holding. What a nightmare. Maybe I should go get tea more often. I mean, this is working.
Yeah, right on.
Ken, you did both? Cool, man. So you took Lily Long and you took the quantum names? Be sure to reach out to Clifton. He'll send you an invoice for my services. Get a commission off of that. Totally kidding. Right on, man. Happy to hear that. Been watching for days. Good. Yeah, man. Right on. Yeah, don't be afraid. Look, for all the members here, right? Like, host your trades. I call it, let's just call it accountability. Guys, I'm going to trim up a tiny bit here on these put options for Meta. I'm going to let the rest run till it close. And I'm going to take some off here for the shares. In fact, I'm going to almost close out my entire position on the share side and let these options grow. I think we're finally going to get a decision here on the Qs. Keep an eye on 513.44. We're approaching it right now. There's that break. We should see some follow through. We're getting the break now on Meta. Finally. Geez, it took forever. But yeah, so Ken, not to pick on you, but this goes out to the entire community. Part of what we're trying to do is build a community of like-minded traders, and frankly, for you guys to get to know how other people trade in the community, right? So yeah, Scott has a style, I have a style, Aggie's got their own. We all have our own style and kind of approach on how to look at the markets, etc. But your approach matters too. So, if you're posting trades, it helps for accountability as well. You can look back and go, hey man, I posted this trade at this price. Why did I do that? Or could I take a bigger size, less size, whatever it is. But fundamentally the idea is it's not about being wrong or right. It's just kind of like, hey, look, like maybe your idea, who was it? Someone mentioned Moderna this morning. I like Moderna. I like Lilly a little bit more. Moderna from a financial standpoint has missed quite a bit, but I am long-term somewhat optimistic about Moderna in the sense that their technology is pretty fascinating. But when it comes to vaccines, there's only going to be a few names in town: J&J, Moderna, Lilly. Like we saw that happen during COVID, and right now there's potentially a bird flu. First time we've seen a bird flu breakout potentially. So anyhow, all that to say, push your trades allows us to kind of share feedback, thoughts within the community. Don't be shy. Not bad, Ken. I like that. Your strategy is using crossovers, huh? The 1222, did that come from you, or is that those are the numbers I use? I use 12, 22, 55. Of course, 200. All right, this is a sideways day, guys. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna take my money and run. Just really gross price action right now. Absolute, just bad. Meta totally should have broke, made a run for the close, or sorry, the lows of day. We bounce off of 606.50, which I knew was likely going to be an area of resistance. That's why we trimmed up. But now we're seeing the Qs literally cut under that 513.41 just to trap more bears. Like that should have broke. They're playing games. So I'm not going to play the game with them. I'll let them duke it out. And if we decide, if we break out over 516, I'll get long. If we break down below, let's call it 513.5, then I'm going to short everything. No, I add in my gut and I lose in a trade chart. You've been doing it for years. Okay, right on. Yeah, it's the old trade what you see, not what you feel. There's an old adage in trading, right? Which is everybody wants to know why, but it doesn't change what's happening. That's kind of our world. Hey, why are markets up or why are they down? It doesn't matter. They are, So it goes back to kind of the, trade what you see, not what you feel. It is hard because we're human, but when it comes to this business, no one cares about your feelings. Had a rough day, too bad, which is why it's such a tough business, which is why we're trying to build a community. It's hard to be positive when you have red days, especially if you manage to stitch a couple together, it's tough, but it is part of the business. Yeah, but I appreciate you sharing that, Ken. So just curious, with the group that we got here, I'm sure Clifton could answer this, but I'm just curious because I see some new names, that come in and out. And I love the participation. I think the more that I see the names in the chat, it's hard to always pay attention to the list on the left because that list, fluctuates. But when you guys are posting in the chat, it's nice to hear from you. And I try to do my best to remember you guys, keep track of y'all, right? But how many of you joined in the last 6 months? How many of you joined in the last 6 months? Paul, that's him. Jonathan, awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, no. Let's see. So we've got 10, you were okay back in the trading days. Cool. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's go about 5 folks new here in the last 6 months in the chat now, right? And then within the last year, I would say. So if you were 6 months, cool. Don't double count. But if you joined within the last year, how many of those folks are on today? No response. All good. Yeah, at the end of the day, we're like I was just asking the community here, Scott, like how many of us joined in the last 3 to 6 months, whatever, and The idea is that, you and I are trying to grow this community. It's like, how do we build information that matters to our community, our members, and help traders grow. Like, it's one thing to go, hey, like, here's how I trade. Good luck. But if it's, hey, it would help to have Ken jump on the microphone as an example. We used to do that. We'd have like community spotlights or member spotlights. I think it'd be good to do that again, Scott. When's the last time we did that?
What's that?
Have a member spotlight.
Yeah, we tried. In fact, listen, if any of you guys want to do the member spotlight, just message Clifton. Clifton will get it to me and we'll schedule you. And all that is just kind of going through the interview process. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, how long have you been trading for, so on and so forth. That's all. And let us know about how you've done.
Meta. Just what a no light. Let's see. What else is out there? I was feeling great about downward move on Costco and then it bounced right here to the VWAP. That's unfortunate. Um, well, there's a stock I haven't looked at in a really long time. BSX. I think with the innovations that Jensen was talking about at the latest CES conference in robotics, in the partnership with Boston Scientific and a myriad of other robotics makers, that could be interesting for their business. I haven't looked at BSX in a really long time. It's up almost 1.5%. Guys, Uber kind of interesting as well. They expedited a share buyback, which we saw yesterday, I think. Maybe it was 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. And they expedited that share buyback because they're like, hey, we think our company's undervalued. So they bought a ton and then it pulled back. And then they did it again this morning and it's pulled back again. So kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. I'm keeping an eye on Uber. It'd be an opportunity to ride a wave. So like as the dip happens, maybe an opportunity to buy and kind of swing trade into like maybe a, I don't know, $70, $72 move. I'm going to hold this Novo position probably for, I don't know, a month. And granted, if it dips to like 81 or 82, probably won't. I don't mind hanging on to that for a while. I might even just consider it a portfolio position. Well, I might do it for me on Meta.
Yeah, typically, yeah, exactly, Ken. I mean, when I had something that was stuck, so I just called real quick. They're really good about it, but uh, I would say the same thing. Active Trader Pro. Sometimes it's weird. You have to go. You have to go to the internet. You have to go to the website, the web base, to figure out what the hell's going on. Which, like I've told DVG before, um, not my favorite, but the girl that brought me to the dance.
Yeah, I'm actually in the process of switching over right now. Integrations with some of like the journaling tech that I use and stuff is way better with the new broker that I'm going with. So, in fact, that's what I'm contemplating doing is, maybe keeping one just for options trading, and then do the bulk of my day trading in the other one, just to kind of separate them a little bit. Be curious to see like returns, which one does better.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got no positions on. Looks like a good time for me to stop the day. 2 for 2. Not a big day money wise, but I will tell you this: it's a winning day, and winning days are, not easy all the time.
Yeah, especially a day like today. I mean, I'm going to keep an eye on afternoon session. So what I'm noticing, guys, is like volume is really peaking from like now from like 3 to 4. So I'm wondering, like, I might maybe today, because I know tomorrow's going to be a like synthetic holiday to honor Jimmy Carter, the late Jimmy Carter. But I might show up around 3 o'clock today, because what I'm finding is that like from 3 to 4, all the volume for the day is kind of happening around then. So directionally, in that power hour, who knows? Maybe institutions caught on to the fact a lot of retail traders hit the morning session and then leave. So maybe they're like, all right, cool. Let's see what retail does in the morning, and then we'll do what we want to do in the
Figure it
afternoon.
out. Yeah. Yep.
So
Okay, I'm done. Traders, Ken, thank you. I will see everybody tomorrow. DVG might be back this afternoon. Just watch out for the markets today. I mean, I got to tell you, the way that it looks right now and the way that things are going, I'm looking at a market that's marginal, right? Nasdaq's down 16, Dow's down a point, S&P's down a half a point. I mean, there's nothing to it. So let's get on and have a good rest of the day, and then we will see everybody in the morning. God bless you all. Godspeed. EVG, I'll see you tomorrow, brother. Good trading, and I'll talk to you in the morning.
sounds good. Yeah, I won't be too far behind, but worth noting, Yellen's talking right now, making comments. See if that has anything to do with markets here in a moment. I'd say somewhat bullish on the SPY over 589.
I'll see you on Thursday
over 5
or Friday. I mean, right? We're closed tomorrow.
Yeah, Friday. Yeah, we'll be gone tomorrow.
All right. Take care.
Yellen talking about IRS needs funds. That'll be interesting. I'm really tempted to try coin again. Like, I've been bullish on a lot of positions, but if there's going to be one that identifies risk on, canary in the coal mine, I'd say it's going to be a name like Coin, maybe even MSTR. That said, it could also be, if we go risk off, a short. So I'm going to keep an eye on Coin. If I do not see a sell-off in the next 5 minutes, I will call it a day. Look at eBay again. Hold on. EBBY. Yeah, it's right here at the VWAP. I mean, there definitely could be a stronger push in the afternoon session. I'd just be mindful of your stop losses here. Like breaking out or breaking down. Because right now, eBay got great news in a partnership collaboration with Meta. That was the big news this morning on eBay, which is why I took it long. So it's partially a good thing for Meta, but a great thing for eBay because they're going to test eBay's listings on the Facebook Marketplace. So if you're an eBay user, you could just usually click a button and boom, now it's on Facebook Marketplace. So it's great for eBay because it's expanding and broadening their, capabilities, which for me, that means that eBay is likely going to be a potential acquisition for Meta, potentially. Like, why would you say, hey, let's give you more exposure on your business and help you make more money, and we don't want anything in return? Yeah, that doesn't happen. So it could be an opportunity for eBay to shine for the first time in a really long time, as they kind of lose market share to names like Facebook Marketplace and a myriad of others. But so the big thing is okay, average volume on eBay, 4.5 million. Okay, in the last 30 days. So it's based on the last 30 days. Average volume per day is 4.5 million shares. It's traded almost 13 million shares today. So I think there's going to be a little bit, maybe if it holds this level, it totally has a shot at breaking out higher. But it's worth noting in the last 12 months, aka the last year, it's printed a new high. So it's hard to short a name like this. But now people are evaluating like, okay, well, what's the PEG? What's the PE, right? On something like this, based on where it's at the current price, and what does this actually mean for the business? So I think right now it's like, okay, hey, that's good news. That means, positive momentum for eBay. Great. Now I think a lot of the analysts are figuring out, okay, well, what's the price target? What's the PEG ratio? What's the current PE, and what do we anticipate the valuation would be if this integration happens? And we already know, for example, by the way, cue the disclaimer on all this stuff. eBay's all-time high is $76.19, and that was on what, October of 22? No, 21. October of 21. Its all-time high is 6 points away, so call it, 10%, and it's up already 11%. So hopefully that answers your question. I mean, it's had a monster move today. Obviously, if you bought it at 62, you're a hero, but most people likely got in today, or if they were aware of it in the pre-market and they were like up at 4 a.m., maybe they were able to take advantage of it then. But most of us probably bought it at the open, like I did. And the trouble is, like, you have to look at that kind of stuff because it doesn't mean that has to go to like $90. It can, totally can, but you got to look at all those other factors, especially when you're talking. You got Momo and FOMO traders. Smart money doesn't do stuff like that. They want to know exactly what the potential risk reward is going to be on stuff like that. So they know, hey, look, positive news, momentum, drive up the stock. We know where the top of it is. What does this mean for their business? Maybe they're going to make more revenue than ever. But now I think they're going to go through the valuation process and go, okay, cool. We just bought it at 64, and we own 50 million shares of it or whatever. Bought up basically the whole float, and price is at $70. What do we want to do? Take our 6 points? Take our 10% in a day? Maybe. Maybe. Right on. Good luck, Vincent. Yep. This price action is seriously, I hate days like today. This is why I bank profits, but I'm not eager to jump into this market. It's just such ridiculous behavior, I think. But again, it's not about how I feel. It's what it is. You see Costco bounce to, as an example, because I'm holding this position at the moment. Obviously, it's an options, so I don't really mind, even if I lose the entire amount. But still, bounces at 930, rips back down to 915. Now it's back up at 925. And it just goes limit high. It's hey, there's overhead supply there. We'll take it. And then as soon as you get there, it dumps. So where is that dump going to happen next? Well, it may not get over 930. It could rip up to $1,000 on names like Costco, because it's trying to grab that overhead supply because someone's stuck up there. And they go, hey, I own, let's just say, as an example, let's just say you own 500K shares on Costco. And then you look at the entire tape and you go, okay, so for $500,000 more shares, I can buy all the float to $1,000. So I have to double my position to get my initial entry, as an example. So it's going to take me to risk that, but then as soon as I do that, I'm going to find buyers. People are going to get interested, oh my God, Costco's moving. And now you find retail traders, and then you dump all of your entire volume on everybody. We're seeing that in names all over the place right now. And when you see these massive spikes in the morning, then you see a big sell-off. That's all it is. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if you guys are trading this long ago, but I don't know if you remember when Baba did their IPO, or when Tencent had more importantly, when Tencent had their IPO rug pulled from both Shanghai and Hang Seng markets. Do you guys remember that? Sign all yes. I do trade earnings. I don't usually trade pre-post. I mean, I will from time to time, but not unless it's a big move. If I know it's a big, acquisition or something that I know is going to have a big impact on markets. Typically, though, I'm happy to wait. So pre-market, the challenge with pre and post is your volume's lower, blocks are kind of designated, so you're dealing with a lot more sophisticated traders, typically pre and post. Because most of them, if you're trading pre and post, you should be able to see buy and sell imbalances. I don't mean a level 2. I mean, you need to have the ability to see buy and sell imbalances. Otherwise, you're at a significant disadvantage. And even then, you're up against big money that can sweep, an entire tape in one move. So it's definitely a little more dangerous. Trade pre and post. So if you are a more sophisticated trader, yeah, do it. If you're not, and you're just learning, or I'd say, unless you're, I'd say, expert level trader, aka you've got a couple $1,000,000 in your trading account that you've made via trading, not because you got a YOLO trade that got lucky once. But you're a consistent trader and you've got a couple $1,000,000 to trade. Yeah, pre and post markets is, you can make some money. Where you're going to really make the significant amount of liquidity for you to offload any position that you enter is going to be during regular session hours. And if you're looking for a 24-hour thing like Forex, I'd say Forex over crypto, personally. That's just me. I think crypto's got its place in the future for us for sure, but Forex is arguably the biggest market outside of bonds. In fact, I think it might even have bonds beat. More of a forcing function for conversion to reserve currencies, which again, that could change with the rise of crypto and BRICS, whole another topic. I'm really trying to be patient on these the remaining put options I have on Meta, which there's not a ton left. But if we continue to break down, I'll add. But right now, I'm probably just going to get out. I really don't like the price action. It looks like we're trying to push higher, but as soon as we get rejected, then what? Like it's just there's a lot of game playing today. Not a fan of it. It's basically scalping. Today is the perfect day for scalping. It's not buy and hold, that's for sure. Like, oh, directionally this is going to happen. Now, granted, we start breaking out on the Qs right now over 516. Yeah, maybe you got a shot there. You know, maybe you get a shot that we're trying to push higher. I swear though, if I start hearing people on like the news and stuff start talking about megaphone patterns, I'm gonna start scratching my head, going, "What am I doing?" So here's the pop on the Qs. It's likely gonna overshoot. Hello. Here's the stupid shit I've ever seen. What's that happening? Oh, can you guys hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me? I don't know what was going on with our system here. So a random thing that I don't think everyone's tracking per se right now, but Gary Gensler's on Bloomberg right now. He is the current chair of the SEC. What he says matters. I might short coin here. I'm just seeing your comment here. Someone will ask if I'm full-time. Yes. I do have other businesses, but sorry, I'm just now what you say. Yeah, sorry, Jim. I just I don't know what happened. Like our system like reset, reboot. I started seeing like all the comments from the morning, like as the latest comments. So anyway, I just logged off and logged back in. Interesting, like Gary Gensler, he's on his way out, right? New administration, we'll have a new chair for the SEC. But he made a comment really about we live in a market right now where typically markets are sentiment and fundamentals. And right now, markets are being led by sentiment over fundamentals, which it's hard to argue that because people are kind of in that FOMO mindset, get rich, So him making that comment, you're seeing kind of a pullback in markets just because I think there's some now uncertainty, like who's going to take his role. Worth noting, 2 p.m. FOMC meeting notes will be released. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of lunch while I'm taking a few trades here. I like the markets to the downside for sure now. We just entered a coin position and a Tesla position to the downside. Target break under the low on coin, 255. So we'll see if we can get below that. Totally could bounce here. But we are up currently. Suppose I could share my screen. And I'll go. Let me know if y'all see my screen. And do we still have an audience here? I don't know. Forgive me, I'm going on mute because I'm having some lunch. But right now, short coin, short Tesla. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate that. Is it Evo or Ivo? Or am I saying it all wrong? Evo, maybe? Evo. Oh, right on. Cool. I'm going to add to Tesla under 392 again. Here we go. Let's add. Let's get it going. I think markets are about to barrel straight down. I'm going to add also to coin here. Still have a few contracts left on this meta put, but I don't know if it's going to work out or not. If we break 606.30, I'll add basically the ones I took off, like right about here. So we, made money on them, but theta decay can add up. Guys, Tesla's moving now really well. I like it. Target's going to be literally low of session, so 387. It's 3 more points. We should get it. Looking for coin to break now under 255. Target will be around 254, first partial. NVO, I don't mind hanging on to this, guys. So, it's around its 12-month low. There's an 8150, which printed, I think, this week. So I don't mind hanging on to this for a while. Meanwhile, Q's tanking, SPY's tanking. I think we're going to see some acceleration, guys. I've had a short bias pretty much all day. Seeing that rejection at 516 and a half kind of helps solidifying a mini megaphone move on the day. Hopefully you guys did some homework on what a megaphone pattern is. If you haven't, before. Oops. Big drop on MSTR. Let's see if we get on coin as well. I'm short of this one yesterday, but who knew it had more left in the tank. 345 big level. Broke that level, haven't looked back. Coin 260, 262 are big levels. Rejected them several times today. So really want to see a break under the 255. Low of day is 255.50. Just watching some of the price action. Really want to see a deeper cut here on Tesla. Only concern is down buyers here previously at 391.5. So if we end up bounce getting taken out, fine. But I really thought we're going to see a little more continuation here. SPY is getting pretty heavy. Breakdown under 586 could be pretty drastic. It's kind of what we're hoping for, to be honest. Microsoft on a pullback, Apple on a pullback. Apple really, so the thing that's concerning about Apple, if you look at the options chain, there was a ton of options at the 240-250. In fact, I tried to take that trade earlier this week, and it moved against me, unfortunately. You guys remember that? Me always trying to short Apple, and then I get there, just, you know, move early to the party, it seems, with Apple. So, what's this? Okay. So yeah, far less this week, but there was, I think, north of like 100 or 200,000 call options on Apple at 242.5 at the start of the week. The volume fell off? Really? Hold on. Can you hear me now? Oh, I know what it is. Give me one sec. All right. Is that better? Is that better? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. So I had my, I tried on a different set of headphones. Because I left the ones I normally use upstairs when I went to go make lunch. So I just popped in a new set. And apparently it makes a huge difference. Because that one I think has a microphone in the wire. Guys, look at this breakdown on coin. We're going to take a partial here in a moment. I want to see how low we go. Watching the Qs and the SPY break down. Okay, we're getting paid now on these meta put options, which is great. Tesla performing. I want to see a real break now under that 387 target. If we get anywhere near that, I'm going to take some off. But I like this 254.50 on coin. Let's see if we get a little bit more. I want to see a little bit more panic kick in. So wherever this next candle moves to the downside, I will take some profit, not all the profit, but some. Okay. Good breakdown in Apple now. Again, if we bleed into the 253s on coin, I'm going to take some off. Here we come. It's going to happen now. It's happening right now. Let's go. Come on. 8 seconds. No buying. No buying. Come on, coin. I'm watching the level 2 here. Let's see big seller show up, scare people off here. In fact, I may wait for a 251 print on coin. We'll see. Only reason is Gary Gensler was, a huge advocate for crypto. By him stepping away, we don't know what's going to happen with crypto. And while on the one hand, he's like, hey, look, there's all these, 75, 200 projects, whatever, AKA like meme coins or whatever. It encouraged people to get in, but it was like a startup mindset, right? Like if you get into one of these early on, they work out. But we know that of those, whatever, 1,000 projects, maybe 50 of them work out. But the good news is like it's up to people to make a decision. So by them saying that, automatically that has potential negative implication on coin, or I should say just cryptos in general. So, keep an eye on BTC USD, which if you're ever trading any of those, look at the breakdown. So I'm going to wait now on coin. I want to see a 250 print. Look at this big breakdown on Bitcoin, guys. Huge breakdown. You guys seeing that? Anybody? So that to me is starting to say risk off. And the sell-off is very real in Bitcoin. So I'm going to wait for coin. 252 I know is a level. So let's see if we get it in one big seller. We might get it. I'm just watching the level 2 right now. Like I don't really see a whole lot of volume for buyers in the 253. They're trying to protect yeah, I'm not sure, Paul. Sometimes that'll happen if you don't have, it could be a myriad of things. I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of the platform, but sometimes that has something to do with either margin or float that's available to short. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Qs and the SPY. We're about to put in a new session low, and I have a feeling we're going to get that 511.5 print I've been talking about all morning. So the Q put options we still got. The Meta put options we still got. We've got positions now in coin, and we've got positions in Tesla to the downside. We're getting a new low in the Qs. We got that 511.5. I'm going to let these run for a little bit longer. Once I see 511.5, I'm going to take a couple off. In just a moment. Almost there. Watching the Qs. I think if we snap 511.5, it's bye-bye. Thank you, Mark. Yep, I'm glad you're aware of that. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I don't use that Thinkorswim, but all right, I'm going to take a couple off of, a little bit off of coin here, not a ton, but let's let it run, let's let it work. I don't mind a 253 print. Really want to see Meta shatter 600 today. Worth noting, in an hour and a half, FOMC minutes are going to come out. So do we start to rally? Maybe. I don't know. Or do we start to really see an aggressive sell-off? Right now we're in position. Good news. If we do decide to sell off, we're perfectly weighted to the downside. If for whatever reason markets decide to snap higher, you can always move out of the way. I'm waiting for Tesla around 387. You notice this 385. This was here long before any of this other stuff was happening, but that's a level for sure. Guys, here comes Meta. I've been waiting for this all morning. Under 602. If we get under 602, Look at Apple. Apple now leading the way to the downside. Tesla coming to 388. We'll take a partial here in just a moment, y'all. Give me 1 second. We got a 605 print on Meta, guys. I'm gonna, gosh, I really want to pay myself on these. There's just too much weight in the Qs right now. I'm gonna let it do its thing for a little bit. Big move down the Qs. We broke below that 511.5 we've been talking about all day. So we should get some acceleration. We should. Hopefully this is not an undercut under that 511.50 and we start to bounce. Really want to see it maybe actually get some steam to the downside. Excuse me. All right, guys, next time we see a 605 on Meta, unless we see a big sharp 602 drop, which I'm really hoping for, so it looks a lot like this. If it drops like this, we can hang on a little longer, but if not, I'm going to probably take a partial. So we'll take a little bit off here. 605, please, 605. There we go. See if we get a little more. A little more, watch some price action on Meta. Beautiful, beautiful, love it. Okay, buyers trying to step up. Let's see if we big sellers show up. There it is, thank you. I see bigger seller lurking. 300,000 shares, come on, offload them. There we go. Guys, keep an eye on the Qs and SPY. Be short if you can. Mind your stop losses. Guys, Tesla's at that 387 print. We're going to take some off of Tesla in just a moment. Oh my gosh, guys, that's a beautiful trade. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Hopefully some of you guys are able to take that with me. Right here is good. I'm going to take some off of Tesla. I'm going to take a couple options off of Meta as well. Beautiful trades, guys. Hopefully you guys made some money on this thing. Anybody? Anybody? You guys take these trades? I mean, you could have shorted almost everything. Almost. Only names holding up right now. Very few and far between. You've got Eli Lilly, ISRG, right? BSX, UNH. Not a whole lot of stocks moving higher. So who was asking about a megaphone? I can't remember who it was, guys. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm just asking a question. You ready for it? I mean, this is like a mini one. What you want to do is really see this on like bigger levels, right? And this is like a bad drawing. I get it, but it's just an example. Do you see this? Megaphone, bounce higher, tries to cut lower, so it goes high, tries to cut lower, moves higher, tries to cut even lower than that, and now you're pushing a new high. This is a bullish megaphone right here on United Health. And I just pulled it up, but you know, for sake of argument, if you're wondering what the heck it is, guys, by the way, this is why we pay ourselves first. You guys like that? Hit ourselves at Coin, 253 print, hit ourselves on Tesla, 387 print, and we paid ourselves on Meta at the 605 print. Come on, guys. Let's go. If you can, I know it's a lot to ask, but y'all, for those of you who stick around and it's of value to you, log into YouTube, hit the like, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. It helps us out. We're trying to grow this thing. I didn't realize how important that stuff is, but literally, if you get all of the notifications and all that other stuff as we continue to produce more content, which I'm planning to do, kind of working with Scott to making sure like I know how to post stuff the appropriate way and you know don't overstep or anything on the 44 trading stuff. But fundamentally, if you can, hit YouTube, hit like, hit subscribe. It does definitely help out the algorithm to help us get recognized. So thank you, thank you. Hate asking for that kind of stuff, guys, but you know what? I'm trying to grow a business here. And to Sanal's question, yes, this is full time. This is like what I do. It's how I make money. There's a couple other things too, right? But That's the trouble of having, businesses. But I do spend a lot of time researching this stuff. So it's not like it's not a hobby, I guess, if that's what you're asking. Monster day, guys. Monster day. These put options on Meta. I'm glad we flip-flopped up here. So we got rid of the shares on the way down, took a couple off on the little bounce here, took some more off, took all the risk off, paid ourselves on both. Got out, I think the shares right around this area, paid ourselves on the put options, rode the wave because I don't really mind now. And now we're getting paid. Now we're in the money. Let's go. Let's go. We took some perfect trades here. Arguably my entry, I wanted to be in that 362 print, but that's like the danger zone on coin. Like it could have easily hit 362 and then boom, take off. But I love to see the failure here. And we managed to get in at 258, a little late to the party, but it was validation on the move to the downside. Once we broke down, guys, we got paid 5 points. 5 points. We did about the same on Tesla. It was like 4.5, maybe, something like that. Still not bad. 2 trades, bingo. Keep an eye on the Qs and the SPY, guys. This could be big trouble. The only thing saving us from a macro or / event perspective is the meeting minutes coming up at 2 o'clock. So for me, it's not always been about, trying to be right. It's about understanding when you're wrong. And the sooner you come to terms with that, like think about it this way, guys. If I was holding those shares all day and I never took partials or I never trimmed, this is an expensive trade for Meta, $600 some odd. We mentioned it earlier. It is more of a scalper's market until we pick direction. We finally picked direction. And it doesn't hurt that Gary Gensler was on Bloomberg, who watches Bloomberg versus CNBC? And actually, let me ask you this a different way. How many of you watch Bloomberg and how many of you watch CNBC? Maybe I'll do a quick poll. I'm not trying to promote folks, but like, where do you get your news from if you're watching TV? That's going to be the question. So let me see if I can do this. I'm not very good at it just yet, but let's see. CNBC or Bloomberg? Question mark. We'll do CNBC here. CNBC. Oh, we'll do Bloomberg. It's the afternoon session, guys. It gets a little slower. So, participate, kind of hang out, have a little fun. Technically, I don't need to be here, but I want to be here because we're not going to be open tomorrow. We're not trading tomorrow. Synthetic day off. Pay respects to the late Jimmy Carter. Any rest in peace. Okay, cool. So not a ton of participation. Thanks, guys. Making me feel the love. Appreciate that. But the reason I'm asking the question is Gary Gensler was on only exclusively Bloomberg. You know who uses Bloomberg terminals? Institutions, institutional traders, right? Retail traders are typically watching CNBC and things of that nature, and they didn't get the chance to hear the interview. And the interview with Gary, it's still ongoing now, but the beginning of his discussion was all around crypto. And all around how proud he was that he was able to get T+1 instead of T+2 and this and that. But really, he kind of started knocking crypto. Hence my first move, watch crypto break down, watch BTC break right here. You see that? This is right when he started talking about crypto. Funny how that works. So, needless to say, you guys can tell which channel I listen to, or which station I listen to. But it's one of many. So I can't say it's the only place I get my news from, but it's just important to note, like, how many of you guys have heard the old saying, be careful who you take advice from? You've heard of that before? Like, if your goal or aspiration is to have wealth or fame or riches or whatever, for me, guys, I'm cool with not being famous. I don't want to be famous at all. I'd like to make some money and leave a legacy, you know? Take something like this that had a huge impact on my life, changed my life, gave me an opportunity to learn something that I'm incredibly passionate about, make a living, and then share that with the world of the people that may not be as fortunate to understand A, markets, B, how money works, C, how banks work. I mean, you're not taught that in school. I think that's kind of been one of the driving forces behind, frankly, I even do what I'm doing now. Because I don't, you guys notice I don't usually put my camera on. I've had a lot of requests like, hey, why don't you put your camera on, this and that? Because frankly, like, I think the content should stand on its own. I don't need to be on camera per se, but you know, we're a community. You know, I got a few requests like, hey, put your camera on. Like, okay, no problem. Okay, guys. We are at a critical point now on the SPY. What do we do here? We had a bullish engulf. I think people are coming back from lunch and going, "Wait, what the heck happened?" Trouble is going to be if they read into what everybody else saw before lunch. Maybe the people that went to lunch a little early, they might look at this buy the dip opportunity, but I wouldn't trust it yet. Just wait. If you're looking to get bullish, just wait. Make sure you validate your levels. Can you guys take advantage of the Tesla or coin trade? Anybody? Ooh. Ooh. Constellation is looking to acquire Calpine. Ooh. Okay. Wait a minute. CEG. No, let's go out a little further. January 31st. Let's look. Okay, those are too expensive. I won't touch those. Where's that now? 235? No way. Okay. Let's see if we can build something here. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to build a bull call spread here. Maybe even a broken wing on CEG. If that acquisition is real, yes, normally that'll be a bad thing, but it'll make it the biggest energy company ever. So, let's see what I can pick up here. Okay. Let's grab 20 of those. Okay. See what that looks like. And then that's set up. Okay. Ooh. Okay. This is good. I don't mind this pullback on CG. People are getting a little bit worried that it's going to cost them a ton of money. But that just goes to validate. If they can afford to make that acquisition of Calpine, that means that those contracts that they got with Google, Microsoft, and the latter, and whoever else, are it's a lock. Like they're going to get paid on them because they can afford to do that. So I'm waiting for this breakdown. Give me an opportunity to buy some. So please hold. Literally waiting for this candle, like right here. I want to see big price action move to the upside. We're going to go long CEG. Long CEG. So keep an eye on it. I'm just watching. I'm waiting for when this news is actually validated. I like 232. I like 232. Let's do it. I'm going to put it out there. 232. We're going to go decent size. CEG. 232. We'll wait. There we go. We'll put it out there. Okay, we're in CEG. I look to add over 235 and a half. You know, if this barrels down, that's fine. But I'm trying to build a position. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if this will stop. But these are people worried about the acquisition because it's going to cost them money, $30 billion. But you can't afford to buy a $30 billion business unless you've proven, you've got the funds to do that. So, see what happens here. Okay. Again, looking for over 235 and a half. We'll add to the reversal. You might ask, hey, why am I trying to buy this dip? Well, it's kind of getting to the point where they're going to ink the deal. Keep my stop loss pretty tight, guys. Again, it's an initial nibble size. So obviously I could have put it down here at 230, but if it does, we might break lower. And at that point, I'll just get out of the way. But if we do get above 232 and hold, and then we start to push, we're already seeing volume come in, right? So this usually could sell off, which is fine. Looks great for a short. By the way, this is why we pay ourselves on those nice moves. You take profits, right? Meta is now retreating, or pushing back higher. And I think people are coming back from lunch going, hey, what happened to my position? Maybe I could buy into it and buy the dip, but I don't know. I think there could be a run up until 2 o'clock, and then we'll really know what's going on. Let's see, Tesla. Let me look at that. Okay. All right, 232. I'm gonna double my size of CEG. Let's go. Target here will be right around 241 CEG. Like for first partial. I mean, it should be the low of session, which would be 244. So if we break down any lower, I'll just get out and see if I can reposition. I'm not too worried about it yet. That's why it's like a nibble. So I start a position, kind of put a stake in the ground, say, okay, like I like this level. And now if we get above that level, I hit it again and, we add. I don't go like, oh, hey, cool, I'll start at 232 and then it goes up to like 232 and a half and I add. No. I start a nibble position here. We're going to counter trend. This is kind of a hero trade, but the news is this is becoming a reality. Now, if it starts breaking down to like, 227, I'm out. And it's going to be, unfortunate, but it's a smaller position. Now, if we start going back through my 232 target, I already have my stake in the ground. Now I'm going to want this to push and then out. So right here coming up, just added to 232 again, doubled my size. Now if we go here, 235, I mean, I should say 236, but I'm going to call it 235. If we get over 235, I'll double my size again. Again, if that hits and we take off, my target's going to be that call it 242. It's a little bit risky. I don't recommend, this is not a faint of heart trade, but the fact of the matter is like you're seeing volume come in now. You have people taking profits because it's up, what, 100, almost 100%. So wild. Big mover. Like I said, if it breaks lower, that's fine. I'll call it, call that one a failed trade, which is fine. Good news is we still have positions that are aiming to the downside, so I don't mind. Oh, you're looking at Tesla? Are you in the Tesla trade? Vincent, did you say yes because you took both trades, coin and Tesla? This one's a risk one. I don't recommend it for everybody, this CEG trade. Like, I think this is a great thing. Short term is going to cost them a lot of money, but if it makes them literally the largest energy provider, who do you think is going to win, right? They already got big contracts that they're trying to propose to the US, like to our government. They have contracts with Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all the data centers. Like, this could be a really big deal. The only trouble is with the new administration, are they going to block nuclear energy? Yes or no? Green energy. I don't know. You took it with me? Oh, on Tesla? Okay, cool. Oh, I see. I asked the question earlier. I know. Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I don't recommend this CEG trade for everybody, honestly. It's a little bit, it's tricky. I am keeping a pretty close eye on what price action's doing. It's kind of sloppy, a little gross. But I'm seeing this level. Let me mark it up here with right here. And it's a big range. Okay, actually, let's do big chart. Big chart. Yay. All right, you ready? This right here. You see that? This little orange level? I'll turn it green in a second. Every time we come into the zone, now granted, yes, it's breaking down disgustingly lower, but I think either the pain's going to get worse and we're out of the way by then. Don't mind. Like, the trouble with any kind of acquisition is the cost. The cost is always the biggest concern. Like level of integration, all other stuff. Like, yeah, that's a pain in the rear for new companies. But when you're acquiring a company, you have to look at the upside potential. When you're buying Calpine and these guys become the biggest energy provider, it's not going to be a monopoly. I can't use that word per se. But think about the demand they're going to receive. Right? So it could take a while to integrate all that, but it is what it is. So anyway. And if I'm wrong, that's okay. It's a good short. We're back to gross price action. People trying to run it up, buy the dip. No surprise. I'll probably dump the rest of this meta trade here in a minute. I'm still in my runners on Tesla. We took a big partial here at 387. Just bounced up to 388.5. Got rid of more. Now I'm just letting them, runners kind of do the thing. I'll give it to yesterday's close. So what about 394.5? So take a small loss on a tiny bit of shares, but we took a big gain on a big chunk of shares, right? Same for coin. Same thing. We had that 253 print, took a huge partial, started to rally a little bit higher, got out like 254, a little bit extra. So no matter what, we're like in a winning trade. So if it continues lower, great. Maybe we could even add small size. Okay, CEG is getting me a little bit nervous, not gonna lie. Need to see this high getting taken out right here. Right there. And then my next level will be right there. And then the next level will be right there. And it needs to be one big move. If it doesn't happen that way and it starts going down, 227 right now is my hard stop. Round number. I don't like using round numbers, but anytime you have a big instance like this, you can literally see a big seller show up and they'll move way faster to those round numbers. So you want to prevent getting, like, if you put it at like 227.19, you may not get your fill. It'll fill you at 227, and then maybe even it'll skip you, and by the time that market fills, you're at 225. That's trouble if you have, you know, smaller position. I'm just mindful of those kind of things. Come on, CG. Paul, you made money on the Tesla trade though? Right on. Cool. Glad to hear it. I wish Seth was here. We'd call this kind of a hero trade, but like, this is me. So I'm looking at PEG, right? PE, and what 30 billion off the top would do for this company if you're pulling out of CapEx, which you already know they're going to borrow it or somehow get leverage via the stock price or something. And if it's a stock cash deal, that's even better for shareholders, because then you're not dipping into the CapEx. You're giving them stock, which means they're forced to buy and hold. So that means your stock's going to be worth more money. So again, there's a bit of a risk, right? But like, I want to get through this level. There's the first one through the pink. You guys following this? You guys can watch this trade. 235. I'm going to add over this 235. Okay. Double my size, and then I'm going to target. Let's call it 240 first partial. And then maybe in this case, Rick will buy me a shirt. Is he here? No, he left. Gotta pick on him a little bit. All right, guys, getting ready. You ready? Here we go. Watch for the big spike all the way to this. Okay, hold on. Ready. Here we go. Ideal target would be right here. Ideal. I'm not going to sit around and wait probably until this level. That's which was session low, 243.90 before we broke. So do we get a rally up that high? Maybe, but I'm going to pay myself all the way through. Because rule number one. If Clifton, are you here? Clifton, what's rule number one, dude? Rule numero uno. What is it? Rule number one is pay your Yep, pay yourself first. Absolutely. It's rule number one. Don't go to work and pay to be there. No thanks. We work too dang hard. And we knew coming in today, it's going to be more of a scalper's market. But when you get a definitive move like we saw today, like this, straight down, I mean, you got to take advantage of that, because you don't know when. I mean, does it go to 590? Maybe. But let a little bit go there, not your whole position. YOLO trades will get you in trouble. So I'm really looking, if we get over 235.60 on CEG here, we should pop at least the VWAP. So that's 238.80. That would be probably around first partial. Yeah. Heck, I'll call it 237.5. And then I'll let the rest run up to, wherever it goes. Watch this price action. We're at 235 now. 235 is printing, getting bought. Come on, baby. CEG in the building. Let's go, guys. Wait for it. I'm actually going to put them up for sale here at 238.70. 238.70. they come to me, I'll let them have them. Not the full stack, but pretty close. Mm-mm-mm. Come on. Give me, guys, hey, can you imagine this? We hit this trade, that's 6 points. 6 points on a $200 stock. Let's go. It's going to do it. Come on, baby. I'm going to lower it just a tiny bit. So I'm going to put them at 237.88. They want them, they can have them. That'd be my first, basically a partial. I'll let the rest go. Come on, baby. Come on. Or no, I can't do it, guys. It's rule number 1. I tell you guys about it all the time. I take my risk off. But man, I tell you what, if this thing could take off and completely turn around 249, whoo, that would be a huge, huge, huge winner for me. What's going on with this nonsense? All right. I don't like that it's trying to get above 200 on the Meta and Tesla, which at this point, I mean, I suppose I could get rid of it, but here's what I am noticing. Check out the cues. See that yellow line? Rejection. What do we do again? We're gonna try it again, maybe? Watch what SPY is doing. Rejection. Almost right at it. Do you see that? Rejection? Now granted, we get above that, it's got a good shot at, trying to really move. As long as we keep rejecting, you kind of keep holding your short positions in the meantime. Meanwhile, CEG. CEG. Guys, I'm up to 3 points. What do you say? Here we go. But they're going to take them. They're going to take them. Come on. 237.88. Come get them. Woo! Here we go. Come on now. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Did we just take the 237 print for 5 points? I'm going to take some off, guys. I got to. I'll let the rest run to my target, right up here, baby. If it gets there, 243, awesome. But, guys, 5 points in, how long did that take? 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Come on. Guys, I was mentioning SPY, the 200. We rejected. As soon as we went above it, what happened? Rip, right? Watch the cues. Same exact thing. It shows how important that 200 is. Now we're stuck at the VWAP. But do you see that yellow line? That's your 200. Super important. Super important. Right now it's on 1 minute, but technically we could flip it over to 5. Now you know where your next target's going to be on the cues. Well, glad paid ourselves on CEG, but awesome trade. I don't know if anyone took that. I know it was risky, but it's pretty awesome. Vincent, you took it with me? Savage. Savage. Risky one, man. I know it's a risky one, but I want to see that level be respected. Now, whatever happens with the rest of them, kind of happens with the rest of them. But 5 points, I'll take that rip all day. All day. Oh, you did too? Man, I feel like you and Vincent, man. You guys are always rolling with me, man. That's a lot of pressure. Cue the disclaimer, man. Risking, or here, let me post it. Let me post it. right here. There's your risk disclaimer. Risk disclaimers all day. It's not financial advice. It's your money. Trade it how you want and do what you want with it. But I'm glad it worked out. Now it's like, do we go long? I don't want to. I mean, if you're going to go long, you have to scalp. Like we're seeing the bounce of the markets, right? But it's been doing this nonsense all day long. This is why it's a scalper's paradise. And for me, I had to pay myself during these scalps. But guys, it's brutal. Like 605 back to 611, a 1% move, 2% total, down and up. And the reason why I say a 2% move down and up, and to think of that from a perspective standpoint, like people are happy if they make 8 to 10% on their money a year. This is the beauty of being a trader. Just from here to there, that's 2%. If you were able to short it here, buy it there, you made 2% on your money. Or I should say 2% total on that move, but 6 points in either direction. That's the joy of being a trader. That's why I like doing what we do. But on days like today, super frustrating. Super frustrating. I mean, this is why like I wanted to see a real break under like 510 and keep going, but we had a deal, right? 511.50 target, pay. We did it. Got to 511.50, paid ourselves. Broke below that, got no 510s, paid ourselves again. And glad we did, because what the heck is this nonsense? Guys, give me a second. I got to. My pup is calling me. Okay, so it is official. I marked these levels a long time ago. You tell me. Here, let's do big chart. I know where's Mark? Is she still here? His favorite charts are mine. I already know. All right. Wait, where am I? What's going on here? Why aren't my levels up? I remember I pulled them off because I was trying to be mindful of you guys. This is here. Okay. You ready? So, we've been talking about this for a little bit. Would you say these levels are pretty valid? I mean, arguably you could draw this box from these top and bottom zones. And this is more of like a range, right? Look at this. As soon as we got in this level, yeah, we broke, obviously, to the downside. Once we get below that number, break. We try to get back through that level. Try to chop around, can't do it. Get back into this channel, back in this channel, back in this channel. You see what's happening here? Which is why I was kind of disappointed this morning in the price action. But as soon as we broke this level, looks a lot like this, right? Break down, break down, break down, break down. Now, do you guys, well, I'll let you guys mark up your own megaphones. I don't want to give away all the homework. But I would say this is a pretty valid zone. This 514.92 was a previous all-time high at one point, which is why I have it marked in green. And then these are kind of the if you think of this as like a bowling lane, I don't know what other analogy, but like, you know, if you're bowling, these are your bumpers on the other side are gutters. So you get above it, you should break out. You get below it, you should stay down. We just rejected that 514.92, almost the cent, right? But this is the importance of like marking up your charts. And I get it. It's kind of, it looks like a lot. But if you notice, see the green zone? Green is your buy zone. So if I'm shorting, which I was, into this zone, I know I'm going to probably find buyers in this zone. Why it's green. So if we're anywhere in here, I'm paying myself to take profits if I'm short. The opposite is true. If I'm looking to go long a position, I'm not, let's say I didn't have these put options on the Qs, right? I would be watching this level like a hawk, waiting for us to dip, validate, and there's my entry right there, 511.5. And if you missed it there, you got validation here. Now you know your risk is 510.57 to the downside, hero trade off the bottom, but you've marked your supply or your demand zone, right? So using supply and demand in charts is just as important as like, you know, you'll see people draw trend lines and like, oh, look, you know, because from here to here, it went down. Why is it going up? Like, that's not a trend line. Your time frame is too small. So anyway, I hope that helps. No, I never know if it does or doesn't. So y'all get a little silent in the afternoon sessions. All right, let's go back to the other ones. Let's see. Coin, CEG, still doing well. Meta getting a little disappointing. So good news is we paid ourselves on Meta. I only have a couple contracts left. They expire on Friday, so technically I can hold them or I can dump them. It's up to me. Excuse me. This is such a garbage day for price action. I talked about it earlier today. I said, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have a flat day. I'd say this is pretty flat. Like maybe we go like this, maybe we go a little bit up, and then we're gonna come back down. And we'll go up and then we'll come back down. And we'll go back up. Like this is a this is how to lose money. Because every side of the, like if you went long, think about it, if you went long right here, trying to get over this 200, over the up, should break out. No, you get stopped out because and you put a $5 stop. Let's just say $5 stop 608. You get ran over. Or you went short here because it should have broke down, and you just got to run over for 6 points the other way. Guys, look at CEG. Anybody still have that? Paul or Vincent, you guys still holding that? I still got some. I took majority of my partial up, you know, first time I got up in this area. I'll take a little bit more off of this 239.78 and then 243.90 or 244, call it. It's where I'm going to be likely mostly out of the position. Unless we like tear through it. If we literally get one candle that just goes whoop like that, then I might just hang on to it. What else are you guys watching? No, you took the money, Paul. That's all good, man. You know, paid yourself first. That's all good. Nothing to be ashamed about there. There's no risk, right? Like right now, there's risk for me. But I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, we paid ourselves 5 points on a trade. That's not a bad day. And remember, so I talk about 227. So it's 1-to-1. It's kind of my target initially, right? So I wouldn't say it's an amazing monster trade, but What we did is we nibbled at 232. We saw the price action below. We got filled at 232. We watched it break a little bit lower. Didn't take out our stop. So now we know, okay, we know where our bottom is now, right? So now instead of 227, my stop loss will be 228 if I decide to hang on to the rest of the shares, which I won't, because I won't lose money on this trade. Then we added a 232, doubled our share size. Took it for 5 points. I mean, literally the remaining shares could go to 220 and I'd still make money on that trade. Paul, did you take it before I was like, hey, this is not for the faint-hearted? He must have jumped in sooner or before I said that, huh? Yeah, because it was whipping around. We knew that was going to happen because the deal is official or pretty darn close. So we saw rumor. People get scared. People get scared. It becomes official right around here. The selling continues. And people go, wait. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Well, hold on. Let's review it. Get our analysts on it. Bounce the price. What was the previous low? 243. Cool. You're telling me I can make 15 points on a move up? Yeah, buy this dip. Get in the mind of a institutional trader, not a gambler, not a retail trader, not a FOMO trader, but think like an institution. This could have easily broke to 225. At that point, we're out, and that's okay. But as soon as I saw this happen and I was watching the price action, and every single big seller that was stepping in was met by a buyer. Anytime you see that equal weight like that, as you're like, I mean, this is a pretty strong breakdown, right? That's pretty sharp, 8%. Guys, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, we got FOMC minutes. That's, I think, part of the reason we're having this run up. So you had Gary Gensler spook the markets a little bit, and people are like, what are you talking about? FOMC, baby, push, push. Hey, look at CEG, guys. Come on. Come on. Wow, guys. Absolute monster move here. I'm going to take a little more off here. That's why those pink lines are in place. You guys see it? You guys see these lines here? All right, let's take some more off. I have zero risk on this trade now. I'd love to see 243 more or less just prove a point, but at this point, like, guys, we made money almost for the entire move. Look at this. Look at this. Come on. Come on. So now the reality is this. Like, if you were, again, thinking about institutional, getting the mind of an institution. So now you know where the bottom is for now. You know where the previous low was, right? Maybe you see a little bit of a retrace. And then you're going to see one of two things. This, which would be amazing. And then I can literally just hang on to that trade and let it swing, which would be kind of fun, right? Or you see this, and then you see this, midway, then you see this, and then you see that. So those are your two options right now. Which one does it look like at the moment? Wow. We just saw 241 print. I'm looking at the price action. All of it's limit high now. It's all moving limit high. Look at the spread now. 70-cent spread, baby. 86-cent spread. Excuse me. Here we go. Here we go. Watch this 241 rip. Boop. Wow. Huge, 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 guys. Wasn't that fun? Yeah, I love it. 3 monster trades in the afternoon session. Coin, Tesla, Meta, and CEG. So 4 big trades. I mean, you could have argued, get in when I'm out on my short positions. Sure. I don't know. It would have been super risky. Now it doesn't look as risky. You know, hindsight's 2020, but I don't play that game. Like, what's the catalyst right now in Tesla or Coin or Meta to buy that dip at 605? There really isn't one, right? You got lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low, higher low, higher high, and then a lower low. Why would you buy this? Why would you buy this? The only reason is if you're looking for what? Overhead supply, drive the price up to about there, right? About 616, 615, and then dump it onto who? Retail traders. So I've only got a few contracts left on this meta trade. We took most of them off on this dip. But like, I almost want to see this play out. We've seen it play out a couple times, but I really want to see it like now overshoot this to like 615, maybe even get to the close, and then just dump straight down. I don't want to say I want to see that happen because I don't want traders to get hurt, but I want you to understand the power and the kind of trickiness. They're not after you. And I say they, like, we're talking about smart money. Smart money is not after you. They don't care. What they're looking at is there's, let's say, 5 million of views and an institutional traders that, let's say, for example, go, hey, I want to sell 10 million shares up here, right? Like, I'm looking to sell 10 million shares here. And if there's only overhead supply of 1 million shares and you've got 2 million shares, well, does it make sense there? I don't know. But if you start closing the gap 100 at a time, 100, 100, 100, and you're getting FOMO and you're getting people buying and you're getting shorts to cover, right? And you're getting people buying contracts wherever they are, you know. Now you're looking at all these extra components. But now you go, hey, instead of needing to buy an extra 1 million shares, I'm going to only need to buy 500,000 to make this happen. And now you know you're driving more MOMO or momentum into that number. And now you're stacked up only 1 million or 2.5 million shares instead of 3 million shares. That's a lot easier to offload. So when you offload it, your average price becomes 617, 618, because you push the price up to, let's say, 620. So it's just important to note that, like, how the mechanics of it all works. And again, it may not. It may break down, or it may go to 650. I don't know. But moral of the story is, you got to start thinking more like a institutional trader and analyst versus a gamble, rolling the dice on. Yeah, and there is an element of risk for sure, but we'll use CEG as a perfect example. This trade couldn't have been more perfect. I hear the news, analyze the peg, understand what the other Calpine's business looks like, what the integration looks like. I'm looking at this as if, like, okay, cool, it's going to cost me 30 billion, right? I know my PE ratio currently. I've kept a pretty close eye on CEG's balance sheet and kind of what that looks like, and not to mention they're going to get grants and what those contracts look like when they, won it from Google and Microsoft, and Amazon, all those companies, as well as the government, right? So, hello, that's the biggest spender of them all. Forget Microsoft, Google, and all of them. Like, dude, the government spends more money than anybody. So they've got those contracts. Now with that acquisition, they will be the biggest power company on the planet ever, ever. Like, how is that a bad thing? Now, granted, guys, this is news. Part of our business as traders is buying speculation. This is a speculative move. To bounce to session lows, that's a technical, like, that should happen. Now, the reason I drew this, everybody watch this part. Where the heck is this? I talked about cup and handles earlier today, guys, right? Remember that? Anybody? Anybody? So we talk about cup and handle. Right? And they normally take a long time to work out. So hold on. So long term or goodbye? Maybe. So Paul, maybe. Because here's what happens. You get a pump, right? If the pump goes over 250, you start seeing 253, 255. Yeah, it's probably going to run up to that 290 print. Okay. But we're here to trade, not invest at the moment. I mean, I like CEG, BST, CCJ, SMR for future just holdings in general. Are they going to get beat up a little bit along the way? Sure, but that's why they're more portfolio positions. This specific trade, you guys are thinking like, well, why did you draw this red thing, DVG? What's that all about? We talked about a cup and handle, and they usually take a very long time to make. They usually do, unless you have something big happen, i.e. news, i.e. acquisition, i.e. earnings, i.e. fill in the blank, right? What does this look like? I feel like I'm talking to myself now. What does it look like? Anybody? I'm talking to myself, maybe. Or you guys don't like these games? Shouldn't even say they're games. I'm trying to help out. But anybody? What does this look like to you? I kind of already gave away the answer, but so a cup and handle, and these normally take a really long time to form. So what I want to see is this level get tested. I want to see it pull back now to this right here, right where it's at ish right now, to all 240, 239.78, give or take, like in this area, right where this red line is. Okay. And then what you do, you ready for the easiest measure of them all? So you go here. So that's bottom of the cup to the top of the cup is 6.84%, which by the way, we almost made all of that. Just worth noting, almost. So 6.84%, right? Now you do this. 6 point, well, hold on. I gotta zoom out now. Here, you go up 6.84%. So here's your expected move. Well, yeah, that's good enough. So there's your expected move now. 274. Now keep in mind, no guarantees, cue the disclaimer, right? But when you see a cup and handle move like that, 260. If this happens, then this target. Does that make sense? Does that help? Now, granted, I wouldn't call this a perfect cup and handle, but when you're looking at a short-term time frame like this, you are setting one up. Normally, you want to see a cup and handle last for dailies, like bigger time frames. You don't want it on a 1 minute. But in this scenario, you're having that exact setup right now. And I'm keeping an eye on Meta, by the way, because I'm looking to see. Look, it just got over 613 and change. Perfect opportunity for a breakout. It could, totally could. Worth noting, it could go all the way up here to 617-ish, right? But if it had a false breakout right now and it breaks down, market's going to tank again. It's just a gross day. Look at this. I mean, we're sideways. We're up 0.82%, or sorry, 0.16%, 0.82 on the Qs. Like that's basically flat. But look at all the price or the movement we're seeing in these markets. Pretty wild. So I'm going to mark this just as for giggles. I'm going to orange, sure. So let's see if this works out. Pop, drop, rip. Okay. If it does, I can hold on to the rest of these as a portfolio move, and this would be a really cool afternoon session that you guys can, potentially learn from or not. Does that make sense? Anybody? Anybody? I'm just talking to myself. Does that help? Annie, Anita, Darian, Frank, Evo, Victor, Vikas, anybody? Yes? Cool. Thanks, Paul. Maybe it's just you and me, man. You and me. It's all good. I appreciate you. You and Vincent, man. You guys are always responsive. We need more of that. I know Jennifer's usually involved too. I mean, not Mark, all you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. But hopefully, you guys understand. Like, if you really break it down, I'm in a room. I'm listening to news coming from like all over the place, doing this, trying to find trades, execute trades, share the trades, and then of course, get to know you guys. But otherwise, I'm kind of in a room just talking to myself, which that's never fun. Paul, you're retired at the time, right on. Good for you, man. I'm working towards it. Hopefully someday. In fact, I think that's kind of the plan right now. Ideally, if I've got the businesses that kind of print a certain amount of money, and then this continues to work out. I mean, I don't want to say I'd be semi-retired, but I don't know if I know how to just sit still, man. Just don't. I don't have $50 million to retire just yet, but we'll get there. Yeah, me too, Paul. Me too. A lot of times it does have a lot of aspects of gambling, but the good news is, I would say if you're going to compare it to gambling, it's more so like poker than anything, because you have the ability to get out when you want to, so you get to choose how much money you lose, basically. You know what I mean? Like if someone puts you all in and you're in poker, you have a choice to say no thanks and get out. Or you could say, matter of fact, I have this beautiful home on the beach. Would you like to take that as well? I mean, you obviously could do that, but in this business, now granted, if you're using margin, that's where the beautiful home comes in play. But that's the one thing I think is, when we talk about the psychology of trading and risk management, is that you control how much you lose in this business. And if you feel like you can't, then you got to inspect your business. Is it sizing? Is it timing? Is it greed? Is it discipline? I mean, there could be a myriad of things, right? But that's what kind of makes this business so wonderful. Is it like, yes, there's risk, no doubt. But what business doesn't have a risk? Zero. Like I told it to a friend of mine. He's like, "What are you talking about? Dry cleaning business has no risk." I'm like, "Are you kidding me? All the cost of this, buying all the equipment and all." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Every business has a risk. But in this business, there's a lot to understand and comprehend, and that's why I love it. I learn something new every single day. And I've been doing this stuff. I don't want to say like it's been eternity. There's guys that have been doing this way longer than me, and gals, and people that are way smarter than I am at this. It's true. I'd be foolish to say I'm, the best in the world, but I've managed to be a profitable trader, which is really hard to do consistently. Having a good month, a good week, a good day, sure, you can all get lucky. But doing it day in, day out and grinding, therein lies the magic. So I remember when I first started, it was like, man, if I could just make $100 a day, that'd be great. And I look back and I'm like, you know what? That was arguably even more. I would get more stressed back then of losing $100 than I do now if I have like a down 6K day. Because if I have a down 6K day, I really made some big missteps. And that's the power of journaling. And I've had them. I've had plenty of them. I think my worst day ever was like down 40 maybe. It was a horrible day. I mean, a lot of it had to do with the fact that I was foolish to not put a stop. I took a massive position and I left the house to go to quote unquote lunch for like not a definitive period of time. It's just kind of like, hey, let's go to lunch. Yeah, cool, let's go. And I left without putting stops in place. So you want to talk about a really hard lesson learned? That'll do it to you. Come back home, you're like, wait, how much? What am I down? Because you're not in front of your computers, you're not in front of your machines. You can't hear what news is going on. You're having a good time. You're out with your friends or whatever, your family. So that was an expensive lunch. Lesson learned. So all I have to say, that's the beauty of this business. You can kind of control what you lose. You can't control how much you make, but you can control how much you lose. And if you change that mindset effectively, like it really could change your approach to trading. Truly. In fact, I think that's arguably what some of the best traders do. Guys, look at CG. Look at this. 10 points, guys. 10, 11 points. Paul, are you kidding me? You seeing this, man? Isn't that great? And I marked up the levels for you guys. Man, talk about it. Paint by numbers. Cue the disclaimer though. This is not financial advice. In all seriousness. Right? But like, come on. We just got it. Look at this. Now I can let it run. If we break out here and it takes off, I can just hold it. Now I really think for it to be healthy, we should come back and retest here. And then do that. So we had 232 entry, 232, we ended up adding a 232 again. Wanted to get over 232.58, we did. Next level 235, we did. Partial, we did. Ideal target, we just got it. Oh, and by the way, here's what the chart might look like. Orange. I mean, I want all of you to be able to do this. Each and every one of you. Like, without anybody being here. I made more money off this trade than this stupid meta trade all day. That's not true, because I made it in options on meta. I mean, I did pretty well with meta on options. But like, I made more on this CEG trade. Let me look. Yeah, than my Tesla trade, because I doubled my size on CEG. We took Tesla for about 5 points, like 4.5 points. And we're up now 12 points. 12 points, guys, on a $600 or $200 stock. Awesome. In fact, I'll tell you what, I'm going to trim a little bit here because I know we're probably going to get this pulled back here. Guys, unbelievable. Unbelievable trade. 12 points, and there's still more in the tank. I mean, I'm thinking we're going to do this next to be healthy. You know what I mean? Something like that. So we're still waiting on that final leg to happen. But if it did, that would be an awesome cup and handle. So then the 260 is a real, possibility. The argument here, though, is, maybe we make the cup up here, 251. I'm not going to complain about that. All right, Paul, you're picking my next trade. What are we watching? What are we looking at? There's no pressure. Let's see what we're doing. By the way. Yep, cool. Let's do it. You pick it, we'll walk through it together. I would say try to pick one of these, but realistically, let's maybe look at one of those. So there's maybe the short list. Vincent, Evo. I know Paul's gonna pick one. You guys want to pick one too? Be my guest. Let's do it. Oh man, I was watching earlier. Hey, by the way, check this out. Oh, one time validate this pink line to the T and then rip. Oh man, this would go down in history as like one of the best. I might be able to short clip this. In fact, Clifton, can we short clip this somehow? This whole CEG trade? I think we started it at maybe 12:45-ish today, 12:40 we caught. I don't know if we can timestamp that in our recordings, but if we can, that'd be cool. Guys, kind of a side note, and somewhat sad. I got a lot of friends out in like California, down in Los Angeles, and we actually used to live in that area where the fires are happening, and there's a lot of people displaced right now. So if you got family in Southern California, hearts go out to you guys, and be sure to check in on them because it's pretty brutal. It's almost like jumping from house to house. Like it's pretty wild. Yeah, I was listening, but I was stressing. I was down 2K, but up 2K now, so thanks to CG, so thanks and good night. Evo, wow. All right, cool, man. Very cool. Love to hear that. Yeah, it was a little bit stressful. I get it. And as I mentioned it, I was like, hey, this isn't for the faint of heart, but this is like, I don't want to call it a hero trade. It is a hero trade. Like if you did this without, like, look, I've got 2 ears listening to 2 different news channels at any given time. I've got TV in the background, and I've got a bunch of data that's all over my screens, right? Whether it's sector specific, option specific, order flow specific, whatever it is, right? So in that scenario, I felt like I had a little bit of an edge, and if I was wrong, I already had my stop. So I was going to take, let's say, a $400 loss, but instead, after doubling our size, and we made 12 points on the dang thing, right? So those are risky. I highly recommend, as we go through trades together, etc. Like, I don't want you guys to get in the habit of just taking trades because I say so, or Scott says so, or Aggie says so. Like, take the trades because you feel good about it, right? But if anything, like the idea is so that we're all trading. You don't feel alone in trading. This is a kind of lonely business. It's supposed to be, frankly, by design, because not a lot of people are willing to share their ideas, their thoughts, and what gives them an edge. So as a community, appreciate y'all sharing your edge, sharing what you guys do, sharing what you're looking at, and why you think it's going to work, because that's how we grow as a community, right? That's the value of the community. the value is to say, hey, look, like DB just said, take a trade, or Scott took a trade, and I found a secret weapon. No, because there's times I'm wrong often. Okay, look at Meta all day. It took me freaking all day to make money off of it, and I had to trim positions and get it. I mean, what a disaster. I hate days like today. But they worked out. We got paid. But anyway, all that to say, let's get up in 2 hours, so better get to bed first. Right on, Evo. Right on. Hey, man, enjoy. Good having you. Get some rest. Wow, that's some big fires. This is pretty wild too, though. If you haven't marked your charts like this, here's a level, let's say, because there's definitely more levels above. Here's your retrace. Oh, how funny is that? So here's your 50% retrace from Jerome Powell, 524.5. And here's this is why it's red, short zone. And then this would be target if you're bullish. So we got above there. What happened? We rejected it. Overshoot, get to that level, straight down. Never saw it again. Important you guys mark up your charts. All right, guys. Well, listen, 14 minutes. 14 minutes. In the meantime, I'm going to go grab a quick drink. But 14 minutes, FOMC minutes come out. All right. So I'm going to stick around for just a little bit. I normally don't stay here this late, as you guys know. But we won't be around tomorrow. So let's get it while the getting's good. Hey, what's up, Lee? You out there? See you on here, but you out there? I haven't been in a while. You doing well? In fact, I'm gonna pull up Lee's favorite, CRWD. Like this is like the move I've been waiting for on Meta all day. Let's see. Ooh, Amazon looks very interesting here. Oh man, that's pretty sad. I'm looking at we live like right next to where the spire's at. Like the Pacific Palisades area, we lived in like Brentwood. We lived like right there. Wow. Oh man, we used to go hiking right where that's at. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna oh, there we go. Yeah, but just trying to take in all your. Oh, come on now, Lee. It's like a fire hose of information, but I greatly appreciate it. Right on, Lee. So Lee, I don't know if it's something you're interested. I'm trying to share this. Like, had a few sessions. I'm doing like one-on-one sessions. I get it. It's a separate charge, separate cost. Frankly, guys, you're paying me for my time. So, but it's really more of a one-on-one consultation, understanding how you trade, sizing your trades, review your journal and kind of get an idea of how you're trading, etc. In fact, we kind of had a decent breakthrough recently with one of the folks from the community in our session, and pretty awesome. Like, we'll see how it plays out. We'll kind of keep posted, and if warranted or if open to it, happy to have them share if they're open to doing so. But what I'm trying to do is like make that another aspect of like how we grow as a community. Like, trust me, right now, guys, we're not making money off this channel at the moment, which is why I say, hey, like, subscribe, because all that stuff matters. That's how we make money. So right now, like, we're basically making money off of trading and trying to grow a community. Frankly, like, as we're growing with community, it's paying for keeping the community going, right? So the cost of the site and all sort of stuff, whatever. So we want to grow it. Part of what I'd like to do, though, is like, I don't have infinite time in the world, but if I could spend, those of you guys interested, again, separate costs, even contemplating like putting together like a package if it makes sense. But what I think makes the most sense, like initially, is like, hey, let's figure out what works. If warranted, hour or so together. It's separate costs, as I mentioned. It's like $300 an hour, basically. But I would want to make sure you guys have a journal, okay, first and foremost, which will allow us to look at a couple of your trades and identify like where there's areas of improvement or what kind of, whether it's sizing or decisions, etc. We'll kind of review some of that together. But also like your setup, what technology and tools you're using, etc. But it's like a worthwhile investment, I think. It's kind of gets a one-on-one time. You don't have to trade just like I do. Everyone has an edge. Everybody's different. We all have different risk tolerances. That's the value of why trading it exists. So I think it's kind of a small cost, at least for the first session. I add like 15 minutes to get to know each other. But fundamentally, the idea is I want to like create a package so that I could take on a couple mentees, right? So maybe it's like initially, hey, we spend an hour a week together, and then we do like once a month we get together for an hour, and then at some point, if we build that, I would say within a small group within our community, that almost becomes like the founders club, and that's kind of my vision. What I think would be incredible, and help all of us become more profitable traders, and as a result, even give us an opportunity to create. Not, I wouldn't even call it a curriculum because that's not the right word to use, because we're not here to, tell you how to be a licensed broker, dealer, whatever, right? We're just here to share opinions, thoughts, ideas, etc. It's not financial advice, but fundamentally, like if we grow in this community and say, hey, look, like this was valuable or it's not, that helps me too, right? Like I want to make sure that, to your point, Lee, if you appreciate the knowledge, or you're like, hey, dude, it's a fire hose, I can't really take it in. Well, how can I help? You know what I mean? So anyway, I don't have infinite time in the world right now. My January's booking up pretty quickly, but if that is something of interest, you can send me an email or send Clifton a note, and we'll roll from there. Anyway, just know, appreciate y'all. Appreciate all y'all. Hey, anybody else watching this little pullback in CEG? Oh man, I'm gonna have to. Who was it? One of y'all know how to do all this like social media clipping and snipping videos and all that, right? Who was that? Is that you, Mark? One of you guys are like camera experts, I think. Can't remember who it was. I'm telling you guys, if this tags this level and breaks out, I'm gonna have Clifton send you guys all an invoice. What is, guys? Look at how gross this is. Do you see this? 6 minutes, FOMC minutes coming out, guys. I'm pulling up. That's the only reason I'm sticking around till 2 o'clock. I was planning on being here at 2. But I figured we're not going to be here tomorrow, so let's get it while we can. And we took some great trades together. So those guys joined and were able to take the trades and make some dough. Awesome. But this is disgusting. I mean, look at this. We're coming up these levels and then just rejecting them. This is the cues right here. Here's kind of the bowling alley, we'll call it, right? Previous all-time high. We've got the bumpers on either side. As soon as we get to those bumpers, look what's happened. I mean, we've 1, 2, maybe 3, 4 times. We've tried above it, but we've gone below it several times. And look at when we go below this level, look at how sharp it is. So here's the bad news. If you are short right now, this is the downside to FOMC minutes. You ready? If the initial reaction does this, and then immediately thereafter does this, wait for the third one. Third candle is usually the right one. So whether it's here or there. Okay, so be patient. The FOMC minutes. It's not. I don't know if it's going to make or break a big deal, but here's the crazy thing. We had Barkin last Friday basically make everybody feel warm and fuzzy about markets, right? By saying, "Oh, hey guys, there's nothing to worry about. As long as we're going to keep this in control, but like we're going to make sure that we prop up stock markets." I mean, I'm paraphrasing. I'm sure I could find the actual language, but that was kind of what was said. And if you saw on Friday, let's go big chart real quick. Okay, forgive these lines. I don't want to. Well, I guess drawings. Sure. Monday, Friday. Here we go. So falling off a cliff right here, Thursday, right? No, we get a bounce. Not a big surprise, but we just, people trying to save the day, buy the dip, 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 right? And then right around here, right here, right there. And then you start talking 11, something like that, 10:30, 11. I can't remember the exact time, but maybe it's 10:30, 11. Basically said, hey, don't worry, we're going to prop up stock markets. Look what happened. We went straight up. Didn't stop. Right? So then what happens? Then people read the actual notes and figured out what he was saying. And look what happened after hours. Bam! Just launches it. Right? Total takeoff. And then you've got CES coming up. Where do you think this push came from? NVIDIA, right? The hype around NVIDIA, right? Profit taking, right? CES bad. I mean, I should say bad news, but not so great for NVIDIA. For whatever reason, people, I guess, just didn't like what he had to say. I thought it was pretty neat, but maybe people were taking profit. But this was a bamboozle right here. Got everybody mixed up because, yeah, pull back, yeah, bounce, push higher, right? We should have pushed higher. Everything indicated this was the next move. Well, they said, no, you're done. You are going to pay us because we're going to offload into retail. And that's exactly what happened in the morning session. So all that to say, things are tricky right now. Institutional traders are playing very interesting games. Today's another example. Chopping around, spike, low, spike, low, spike, low. Megaphone. Where's the megaphone? I'll show you. No, you know what? I'm not gonna do it. You guys can draw your own megaphones. But this is definitely looks more like a so here's what a megaphone looks like. Okay. Megaphone. Okay. And there's two different versions, right? You've got a bullish and a bearish. Now these are simple drawings, but if you don't know technical analysis and you don't know how to read charts and you don't know how to read candles, you got to learn this business from this perspective. They've got little flashcards you can look at. You've got booklets that you could buy. In fact, maybe I'll make one, add it to the community. You guys buy it for like, I don't know, 20 bucks. I don't know. Try to do whatever I can to, add it back into the business. At the end of the day, trust me, it ain't going to be for my pockets. I'm going to try to put it back in the business. But megaphone patterns are important in the rare. They don't always happen like right after each other. Here's an example of one on NVIDIA. This, I would argue, is more of a megaphone, not this one. This is a big megaphone, but an ugly gap up. So, but you see how big of an impact it has, right? So, and because it's less common, like this is a problem. Like people do this kind of crap to their charts. Like what is that? What is that? Ew, gross. It's not a great. Okay, guys, hold on. News coming. Please hold. Recent inflation data. Better job outlook. Expect a slow progress because of immigration plans and risk to inflation has increased. Okay. Okay, hold on. Ooh, okay. Concerns. Oh, wow. Okay. So there's some concern about the new administration driving up inflation because of immigration and tariffs. Now, here's the thing. Okay. How do I put this? Guys, does it help when I go on a rant, or you just rather me not say anything? It's okay, be honest, because it's an opinion, and it totally could be invalid and wrong, and that's okay. I'm okay with being wrong. Is it helpful? I mean, because what I want to do is like at least if I make a discussion point and it's valid and it's worthwhile, maybe we can use it like in a snippet or short or something. All right. So there are inverse relationships, arguably across sectors, industries, especially when it comes to interest rates, bonds, inflation, and what markets do to react to that, right? Is that a fair statement? Follow-up quick question, how long have you been doing this? Just curious. Not sure that I know. 110 years? Okay, all right. Well, no, in all seriousness, 10 years. Okay, cool. So 110 years, I'm like, wow, dude, tell me what I should be doing, man. No, look, so here's the thing. Those inverse relationships exist for a reason. And for the longest time, we've had an inverted yield curve, right? You've got yields moving higher for bonds, markets moving higher, interest rates moving higher, everything moving higher. That's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. And so this weird parallel track that both markets, bonds, rates have been following is very uncommon, number one. But I think right now, there's this optimism that rates are going to come down so that inflation is in check and then markets can continue to move higher, right? That's, I think, what everybody's banking on, waiting on, etc. Here's the problem. While bond yields go up, you start talking about equity risk premiums. Now, if you don't know what that is, look it up, find it out. Basically, it's the net difference between if you were to throw your money in a savings account and you can get 5% and you need to make 15% because you're, let's say, a trust fund or a fund manager or whatever, institutional trading company, whatever, and you've got to pay 15% plus your 3% VIG on, the trader, right? Like the bank's got to make money, the fund's got to make money, you got to pay a commission, and you got to pay the customer money, right? And the customer wants it to say 8% because they know if they just buy S&P, they're going to get 8%. So if you want to make 16%, just so you could pay 3 to your commission guy, right? So there's 13%, and you want 1%. Well, now you give the customer 12%, right? So the challenge is right now the cost of borrowing money is going to go up And there's a fear right now, currently, of the ability to borrow money to buy equities and that cost associated to it, be it margins. Why? Because rates are going to be higher for longer. Okay. So if you don't have margin and you're, let's just say, I don't know, look at what this market valuation is. People are using margin, whether you like it or not. And I'm not talking about the you and me's of the world that are, all right, cool, I got X amount that I could trade. No, I'm talking about like when you got billions of dollars and you're using that billions of dollars with margin, like that cost is going to go up and it's going to stay higher. And it'll force you to not be able to buy stocks. So either one of two things are going to happen. If inflation is in fact present, inflation is typically good for markets. But if you have, hold on. Okay, Waller's saying that inflation will cool. Now we're seeing markets move a little higher. Okay. But here's the thing. Inflation typically has had a positive impact on our markets. Like look at COVID. That was hyperinflation, like on steroids, right? But the flip side is that, how do I put this? So if inflation helps move markets up, it means also that rates can come down. Does that make sense? So like you have to have one or the other, which means yields will also inevitably go down. So you have to take risk. So if you can make that 16%, you can't put 80% of it into a savings account that pays you 5%, guaranteed, aka bonds, right? So you've got to make that yield somewhere else. That equity risk premium now gets, broader. And so therefore you need to be able to borrow money, aka invest money, aka buy equities and or some alternative solution, which will drive inflation potentially. But the trouble is if you have more inflation right now, because we're looking at stuff through a different lens, we're not looking at it from a macro perspective in sense of markets, we're looking at it in a sense of the consumer. So if we have more inflationary aspect, like if you look at all the latest data that we've had, it's not good for the consumer and also the producer. So next week, we're going to have CPI and PPI data. It better be amazing. If we miss, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be the craziest market you've seen, like straight up or like straight down, I should say. If we miss, it's going to be straight down. That said, it is kind of scary because we're seeing unemployment rates somewhat stabilized, but they're still high. I mean, they're not, make no mistake, they're not low. Companies are talking about slowing down hiring, increasing efficiency, is that what they're calling it, aka laying people off, right? Costs of things are continuing to go higher. What do you think is going to happen? Right? So now you're playing a dangerous game, and literally the data that we just got this week, it kind of emulates what I would call, looks somewhat like stagflation a little bit, but there's levers that you can pull, right? And I think right now there's bets literally on all of them, and everything is going up at the same time. So there's no inverted relationship the way it's supposed to be. Does that make sense? Which is kind of like, if you're not familiar with that, get an understanding of it, because there are inverse relationships. Like if rates go higher, this is what should happen. If rates go lower, this is what should happen, based on empirical data. And we're not seeing that. What we're seeing is everything just continues to march to its own beat of the drum. But it's because each person, like let's say right now, they're in 3 separate categories instead of, operating like a machine where like, hey, you put it in first gear, this is what the clutch does to the transmission that then turns these gears, that then lets you go. And then when you put the second gear, so on and so forth. Instead, it's like, no, we're not doing that. We all think we're right in our decision. So we think rates are going to go higher or lower and bet accordingly or hedge accordingly. No, we think inflation is going to go up or down, and it's okay. We're going to make our bets accordingly. So the level of speculation right now is through the roof, but on all 3, we'll say, roads. And they all can't be right, is the point. Someone has to be wrong. And whoever is wrong, there's a lot, we'll say there's a lot at stake. And it's not just markets. Like that's what's wild to me. Like because those instruments that they're using, by the way, we're getting a strong push right now on the Qs. I think there's some optimism right now about cooling inflation and improving labor markets. Let me look at this. Okay. Was at or near point to slow pace of easing if, okay, big word there, big word. If data comes in as expected, appropriate to gradually move toward neutral policy stance, expected inflation and move toward 2%, but potential trade and immigration policy changes could slow progress in our process. A number of participants incorporate placeholder assumptions. Vast majority supported lowering rate target by 25 basis points. So that's probably why we're seeing a spike. Remember, last year, Fed Powell, when we saw the market tank, that's why we had that 50% retracement to 524 on the Qs. Literally, when Jerome Powell made his announcement, we saw markets tank. And the reason was we were expecting 1% rate cut in 2025 or more. That's the keyword, or more. So there was kind of that ... asterisk next to a minimum 1% or more in 2025. And in that last meeting, Jerome Powell said, yeah, we're expecting to do 0.5% for the entire year, best case. Now, well, that changes everything, doesn't it? You went from 1% and then you cut your rate cut in half, not to mention the or more asterisk that people were getting optimistic about, right? Because you cut rates, money becomes cheaper, easier to borrow, easier to leverage, easier to return. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you right now, I think the biggest thing that's at risk right now is Forex pairing, and no one's talking about it. That in the bond market. Why? Because the Forex market's way bigger than the stock market, way bigger. And the bond market, I would argue, is bigger than that. I'd say the bond market's where like the wizards of Wall Street go play. You know what I mean? Like we are over here going like, oh yeah, cool, I'm going to short this and make 20 cents and what, like, no, these guys are the ones that are going, hey, here's what happens if this happens. I mean, those are the guys that are helping build, financial models and tools that help bond, insurance models and all. I mean, these guys are full blown actuaries on steroids, and they just happen to be traders. So hence why they're wizards. But like no one's talking about the bond market. No one's talking about the Forex pairings. And no one's talking about the inflationary aspect associated to that, because people are optimistic on the last time Trump was in office. We had a, very inflationary aspect of our economy, but not understanding. And again, it's not a political view. It's just what it is, right? Like we printed a ton of money, and what is inflation other than printing money? I mean, there's plenty of other aspects, but the big one is, printing money. So we printed a ton of money, and it helped stir up the economy. But guess what? This is where I need also, this is not a political thing. It's just kind of more of a statement for people to understand how money works. Getting money from a government is not a good thing. Like realistically, because that wealth is going to flow to somebody wealthier than you, no matter what. It just is. So cool, you get a $1,000 bonus because of pandemic, whatever. What happened? Maybe you went out and bought something. Maybe you bought a new TV. Maybe you bought whatever, food. Well, who owns the food? Who owns the TV companies? Who are the shareholders of those companies? So it all comes right back. So anyway, I digress. It's just kind of one of those, like, understanding the macroeconomic aspect of these policies. It's more than just charts and looking at a stock and going, oh, hey, I think this is going to go up, right? There are so many, depending on how deep you want to go, right? You could literally just look at a chart and go, hey, man, I like Amazon right here to move up 60 cents. I'm going to go long right here, 22.60. Boom. target 23.20 and then take a partial on the breakout. As an example. Like if that's what you want to do, hey, that's cool. But like what I'm finding is understanding all these other things, it helps you make a decision like we did on CEG. Where, I mean, I would argue that was probably pretty darn close to a perfect trade. I wanted to wait for price to validate off a bottom, validate, add at my entry, and it ripped. And that's like, I'm proud of that, I'll say. You know, this isn't a lucky flip the coin. This was a, hey, data's coming in, people are selling off, people are going to buy in this dip. Where is the price action showing? Buyers are showing up. When I see 100,000 shares getting sold here and a buyer is meeting him at his ask, just saying, yeah, sure, I'll buy it there. Yeah, sure, I'll buy it there. Another 100,000 shares. Yeah, I'll buy it there. Another 10,000 shares. I'll buy it there. Right? Like that's great when you can identify opportunities like that. So anyway, I digress. Fundamentally, guys, look, I could totally be wrong, and that's okay. That's the joy of this business. But what I do know is there are inverse relationships for a reason. For a reason. It's a checks and balance. And right now, there's like a no one cares. By the way, I was looking at the Amazon trade as a real trade, but I didn't take it. Guys, keep an eye on Tesla at 400. Take away the cues here for a second. Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to do it. Hey guys, check this out. The CEG breakout's coming. I mean, at least to here. What's that? 249. What do you guys think? Should I take some more off here or just let it run? What do you guys think? We got a, you know, I shouldn't say tiny position, but you know, we don't have a ton left. What do you guys think? I mean, I'd love to see 250. That'd be a monster trade. 18 points. Are you kidding me? I mean, pretty close. Anyway, by the way, that rant that I just had, I mean, does that make sense? That Paul, Vikas, I mean, any guys that might have been paying attention? Lee, anybody? Or was I just talking to myself? Vikas, you're with me? All right. No, did it make sense though, at least when I was going through it? Like, that's dangerous, Paul. You don't want to hear too much of my views. I mean, I almost want to hear the objection, like, you know, someone that doesn't agree, you know, and that's okay. Like, I want also that perspective. I mean, that's how trading works. I mean, the idea, yeah, in a community, you get every kind of like-minded and whatnot, but and not to be abrasive or mean or disrespectful. Like, no, of course, if you do that, you're not going to be in this community, right? But if it's like a different point of view, that's what it's all about, right? Like, I know, for example, that you know, if the bond market is twice the size of the equity market and the forex market is twice the size of that, let's just say, and those numbers aren't entirely accurate, but let's just say that's what it was. Like, who do you think has more at stake? And then understanding, let's just say if it is forex markets or it's bond markets, what we do know is equity markets are the bottom of the totem pole in that equation. Who's bigger by order of magnitude or so? I don't know. Maybe it changes, fluctuates, who knows? But who would care the most about the cost of money? Would it be the bond market, equities market, or foreign exchange markets? I'm not going to answer that, but think about it. Amazon would have been a nice trade. I was literally talking about that to get a 223 breakout. That's funny. I can't help myself. Paul, did you ever pick out a stock? Yeah, you think bond market would? Yeah. I don't disagree with it. I mean, it could, maybe. Well, that's why I'm saying I think it's the it's the spark in the forest that started the fire. No one knows about. That's the most terrifying. You know what I mean? Because and I hate to use that analogy, frankly, because there's these fires happening in California, but they're the most dangerous, right? Because they could happen some random place 200 miles away from where you're living and you could care less, but then situations get perfect, wind picks up, spark happens in the middle of the forest, now you've got like 400 acres on fire, and you're like, well, where did it start? What does it matter? It goes back to the why versus the what. Why is this happening? It doesn't matter. This is what is happening, and how do you deal with it? And I think what I'm worried about is where's that. I'm not saying there's going to be a black swan event, but I'm more concerned about where's the monetary flaw going to come from. Is it going to be rates? Is it going to be employment? I'd say that's more for like equities. But here's the worst part: are yields going to continue to go up? Because what does that do to the cost of borrowing for real money? Not to say that we don't have real money, but I'm talking about like real money, like billions and billions of dollars, real money. So one of them is going to be wrong. That's all I know. And I'm kind of here. I'm here to trade it. You know what I mean? Like I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm keeping an eye on it. And the closer you are to understanding that information, the faster you can make a move. Like, who was I talking to? I was talking to this guy. I know him. I've known him for literally like one of the wealthiest people I know. And let's just say he was on the floor in the New York Stock Exchange, and he's done well for himself. But like in talking to him, he's like, listen, I don't care how fast the speed is. I don't care how big your screens or your setup is. As long as I'm first, I don't care. And that resonated with me. I'm like, wow, that's CEG trade. As long as I'm first. I got my 232, bam. Now I have zero risk on this trade. Like I could care less. But it makes sense. Like when he said that to me, I'm like, man, that it literally shook me. As someone who's trading markets on a daily basis, like that makes so much sense. We're always worried about like, oh yeah, what about, do I need to have a separate computer that does this? And I'm like, we're worried about the stuff that's ancillary versus going like, hey, I think Bloom Energy is the next biggest energy company, which by the way, that's almost a true statement. But it's a clean energy that could literally plug into our liquid natural gas, which is right now, at a surplus and relatively, cost to use, pretty inexpensive, and you get clean oxygen at the tail end of it. Like that's an incredible energy model, right? For standalone data centers or even, standalone buildings. And you marry that with nuclear energy. Well, now you've got free energy on top of free energy and clean energy times 2. What a combination. There's a partnership, right? CEG plus BE. So being able to know that ahead of time, let's just say, I mean, there's reasons we have politicians that have hundreds of millions of dollars and we don't because they know about it before we do. But if you know first and you get in line first, well, there's your opportunity to make a ton of money. No. Not yet. Not yet. Here's why. Do you see this? Do you see this? kind of looks like a W, inverse head and shoulders. Good chance we break out here. So if you wanted to short Amazon as an example, you'd want to see this fail, which it very well could. We've seen it happen a few times today, right? You want to see this fail and break the bottom of this bunker and see it reflect in this price. It should put you around here. Trouble is, now you know where your stop loss would be here. Be the disclaimer, by the way. But your target would at a minimum be the VWAP, which I don't know if the risk reward is there. In fact, we could do that right now. Let's just take a look. Position here. Maybe stop-ish. You want at least there for your first hit. So I guess it's not terrible. Your risk reward would be 3 to 1. Not bad. I'm still waiting for Meta to crash under 600, but the problem is SPY is way too strong right now. So SPY looking like it wants to break out. And like, it's kind of an ugly head and shoulders, but you can kind of see, here's your shoulder, head, shoulder, pop. So it definitely looks like it wants to break out. So I wouldn't be surprised if it does. So where's the Tesla? Let's see. So yeah, Paul, like, what's this? I thought about, hold on, let me go back. I thought about shorting Amazon, but could not make my mind up. Too much pressure to be right. What do you mean? This is kind of, I would say, what this would be kind of the look. Tesla should go. I'd go watch 400 though. 402.50 is a big level. Like actually, if you look left, let's do big chart real quick. Tesla. 402.50. Notice left. In fact, I always use this because I know it's a lot of lines. I get it. But let's go to 402.50. Okay, that's close enough. Look at this. Bounce. Bounce. Once it rejected, failed, rejected. So here's your floor. Now it's a ceiling. You get above, you got a chance of making this your floor again. See how easy that is? You know where price is. You saw it here. Took off above that. Retested it. Held. Retested it. Held. Failed. And now it's becoming a ceiling. Good old technical analysis right there, folks. I wanted to go long actually on PanW, like right here, even off the downgrade, 168, 169. Guys, if this wipes out all of this upside, like, cause everything looks kind of like an inverted head and shoulders right now. So how that works is basically, again, you go like this, shoulder, head, shoulder, and then you take off. Like that's common, but because we've been playing freaking games all day, I wouldn't be surprised if that normal breakout that's supposed to happen, we just do really one simple thing, and that's this. Bloop. And if that happens, I'm gonna laugh. Not because it's funny, but because that's some mean games they're playing. Mean games. Like, here you go, 400. It gets over there. Oh my God. Did it get over 50 cents? It gets over 400. Should push, right? Wrong, reject. Paul, here's your chance to short. Your stop would be right at the top of this candle right there. If you wanted to do it, that would be the one. Cue the disclaimer. Not financial advice. Do what you want. Your money. Here's why. Risk reward. Tighten that up. See that? See the games they're playing, guys? Can you, I mean, so right here, short, and then here's your reward, right there. If that happens right now, guys, I'm done. Like, are you kidding me? Did I just call this? I was like, no, realistically, wait. If you're going to do anything long and then see a rejection around here, and if you do, that's your chance. Look at this now. You should, Amazon should snap now. Was it 222.25, 222? Yeah. Oh yeah. There you go. So you got TP is going to be probably here first, partial, and real target's going to be right about there. Paul, did you get it? You don't want to lose money on the CG. Come on, man. It's all right. Gotta take some risks, you know. This is so disturbing, guys. Like, I talked about this earlier, but what if we push and we get just above 613 and then we dump? Oh my God, I think I'm gonna short the SPY right now. Let me see. How much are these? How much are these? Put options, January 10th. We don't want the tomorrow ones because those are worthless. 589 strike. 276. That's expensive. 587. 587. What is it? $1.98. That's still kind of expensive. 586 put options. Let's go. I hit them. 167. Okay. I'll bite. We'll start with 10. Perfect. There we go. There we go. Now toilet. I want to see this crack right here below the close and just, it won't stop. This would be some easy money if it hits. Paul. Amazon. So look, if you missed it and we get a retrace right up here, let's just call it 223.17. I would call it even 223.07. So 223.10 might be, if you get a rejection there, that might be worth loading the boat. Maybe. In fact, I might take that trade. 223.10. Target short on Amazon, but I'm already short here. I'm actually going to add to the SPY put options if we break the close. Oh, please don't tell me I just set up this perfect trade here and I missed it. Okay, here we go. Volume is stacking. Let's see if those are buyers or sellers. Who's going to move which way? In 3, 2, 1, decision. Look at this. If you did take it, this is your target first partial. And then let it live. Cue the disclaimer. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. It's been an amazing day. Other than super frustrating with this choppy price action. I'm expecting the SPY to break down, Amazon to break down, Meta, we still got a couple put options, whatever. Costco really just had my chance to get paid today and I didn't take it, so whatever. We'll let those roll out till Friday. Worst case, we lose that trade, it goes to zero, but oh well, it happens. In the meantime, we crushed it today, guys. Absolutely crushed it. CEG was one for the ages. Amazon short, hopefully. Paul, you took that. Hopefully. The SPY I'm gonna add here in a second. I'm up already 160 bucks on it. Let's see if we can get a little more. Wait for it under the close. Wait for it under the close. Needs to break the close on the SPY. Here it comes. Needs to crack. It can't bounce. I don't want that. It needs to break. And then target will be at this green line. So it won't add yet. But on that note, y'all are wonderful. We'll see you guys on Friday at the Open. Worth noting, markets are closed tomorrow. So don't expect to show up and start trading. I'm sure if you're trading futures or Forex or crypto, fine. But worth noting, the companies that are planning to report tomorrow are still going to report. That's like KB Homes, I think, after the hours. I forget who the other ones are off the top of my head. But they're still going to report. And markets won't be open. So it'll be kind of a synthetic open close day, which will be make Friday really interesting because on Friday, you guys remember what we got coming on Friday? Just some important data. It's not a big deal. Anybody? Anybody remember? Payrolls. And then into next week. So non-farm payrolls on Friday. And then next week, well, it's not showing me, but next week we have CPI and PPI data. Oh yeah, you ready for that one? But anyways, listen, yeah, Paul, Lee, appreciate y'all. Enjoy the time away tomorrow. If you don't have a journal, get one. If you do have a journal, take the time to review it. Let's become better traders together. Don't be afraid to post. Appreciate the participation and frankly the interaction. Seriously, guys, it gets a little bit challenging when I'm just talking to myself over here. But thank you. We'll see you guys Friday at the Open. Cheers. God bless.